Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is the 16th, August 16th. We appreciate you all being here. If everybody could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our invocation by John Torres from City Ministry Network.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I was told I have a half hour, so just kidding. If you could remain standing, bow your heads with me, that'd be great. Father, thank you for this room full of people that care about this county. We ask that you bless this time, that what you want to happen happens here. Again, Father, what a blessing it is to be here and to be able to have our voices heard. Again, we are grateful for you, we love you, and we just ask that you bless this time again. We say these things in your name. Amen. Amen.
Okay, John, thank you very much. So we're going to start off tonight with a presentation here, and I'm going to come down there to do this. Oh, okay. All right. So we're going to hold off for a second here because we need some more headsets for Roberto to be able to interpret for everybody tonight. So if everybody could just hang on a second here. So I'll tell you a story. We had our grandkids here with us the last week from North Carolina, and they went back home this morning. And so one of my granddaughters, she's 5 years old, I asked her, I was just teasing her, and I said, Ella, can I come with you? Can Papa come with you to go home? And she says, no, Papa, you can't. I go, what do you mean I can't? Why can't I? She said, because you won't fit in my suitcase. Just life is simple when you're a little kid. Are we ready? Okay. Roberto, you're going to give me a thumbs up back there when you're... Okay, you ready? Okay, here we go. All right, thanks, Roberto, for doing that. Okay, so we wanted to start off tonight. We want to just do a quick presentation here. We have some students here from Stanislaus State, my alma mater. And, we are always talking about how there's apathy in our country, and I always say apathy is going to be the end of us. We'll never fall from a foreign invader in this country, but apathy will kill us, and that could be the end of our country. So what we want to do is celebrate some young people who are here tonight who are getting involved in student government in our county. And that's kind of where it starts. You need to step up and start to get involved in the process. Just like we have a full house here tonight, we love nights like this because we really get a chance to hear from everybody. We hear everybody's opinion. When this room is empty and we're just up there, you know, we're trying to decide things that affect everybody. And we need everybody here to be involved. We need people to participate so that we can hear their voices. So it's great when we have people like this, have a room filled like this, and usually in the evenings is when we get them. It's harder, I know, for everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning for us to do this. But I want to bring up here four individuals, four young individuals who were recently elected to Stanislaus State government, like their student government. So I'm going to call each one of your names and have you come up, and maybe I'll just let you say something just for a second, if you guys don't mind. We're going to have to start getting used to this, okay? All right, so the first one up, ASI Director Science, Adrian Sanchez. Okay, then the next one I have is ASI Vice President of Finance, Alda Gonzalez. Did I say that right? Adela. Boy, that's terrible. Adela, I am sorry. Okay, very good. And then ASI Vice President J.C. Navarro. And then ASI President Destiny Suarez. Okay, I'm going to let each one of you say something really quick here.
Okay, it's like a minute. Okay. Well, hello everybody. My name is Destiny Suarez. I serve as ASI President for Stanislaus State, and what that is, just a little overview, means that myself as well as my colleagues here, we advocate on behalf of all 10,000 students at Stan State. We also connect with our campus partners, all the 23 CSU campuses, to learn about what they do and how we can better our CSU for that. Something really cool that we actually just worked on, we've been working since summer. Once summer started, we've been going at our initiatives, meeting with the hierarchy, with the President Jan, and just trying to get everything done before the semester starts, but I'm almost done. Something quick that we did last week was we attended the Turlock City Council meeting, and we supported the proposal for transportation to be free and accessible to all, not only Stan State students, staff, and faculty, but all the community colleges. If you are a student, you can ride that transportation for free. So yeah. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without my team, and we are excited for this year.
Hello, everybody. Thank you all for being here. My name is Adela Gonzalez, and I serve as the Student Body Vice President of Finance. Essentially, what I do is I am the treasurer for the student body, and I set the student fees. And yeah, I feel like Destiny covered everything that we have been doing over the summer, but thank you all for being here.
Hey everybody, my name's Adrian Sanchez. So I'm the director for the College of Science, which means I advocate for all science students. It's a big umbrella that covers a lot of science majors. But one thing I plan on doing this year is hosting a job fair, which is something that we haven't done in the past, and bringing employers out to see what Stan State can offer them in terms of science.
Hi everyone, I'm JC. I'm the ASI Vice President. One of my duties as Vice President is to connect students, staff, and faculty in university-wide committees that tackle problems within our university and such. So we've been working on that as well as our initiatives. All three of us are working on parking, student orgs, and academic advising. And I'm super excited for the fall semester to start.
So thank you guys again for being here. Thank you for all you're doing and participating. Adela, finance, I'm hoping accounting. We need more accountants. So we'll work on that for you. Oh, okay, that's not even close. All right. All right, but thank you guys. Again, it's great that you guys are stepping up and getting involved, and we look to you for the future and future great things from all of you. So thank you for being here. We're going to take some pictures here really quick. Okay, so next up, we're going to have it's Overdose Awareness Day in Stanislaus County, and Ruben is going to come up and do a presentation.
Good evening, Chairman Withrow, Board of Supervisors, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bose. I'm Ruben Imperial, Behavioral Health Director for Stanislaus County. I'm here joined today by Jennifer Marsh, Coordinator for our County Substance Use Education and Prevention Services, and a member of our community, Christy Hoffman. We are here this evening to recognize Overdose Awareness Day, a day to remember and grieve for those we've lost, and to strengthen resolve to end overdose injuries and deaths. Jennifer Marsh will introduce our guest presenter this evening.
Good evening. So I have the distinct pleasure to introduce Christy Hoffman. Christy is one of our members of our Stanislaus County Opioid Safety Coalition, as well as one of our parents, part of Stan Hope. And HOPE stands for Healing from Overdose and Poisonings Through Education. She is part of an amazing group of parents that have turned their pain into purpose after losing a loved one to an overdose and poisoning death. And Christy is here to share some information about her son and to raise awareness and invite all of you to come out for our 5K that we have coming up next weekend. Christy Hoffman.
Christy, good evening. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
Good. Sorry, I know you're trying to figure out who said that.
Good evening. My name is Christy Hoffman. I'm here today to receive the proclamation to declare August 31st, 2022 Overdose Awareness Day. Overdose and poisoning deaths are on the rise. These are the statistics for Stanislaus County from 2018 to 2021. In 2021, there were 176 deaths, 95 of which were fentanyl related. That's an average of 3 to 4 deaths per week. Preliminary data is showing that these deaths are averaging 4 to 5 per week in 2022. Fentanyl is involved in more deaths of Americans under 50 than any other cause of death, including heart disease, cancer, and all other accidents. Overdose deaths linked to synthetic opioids like fentanyl have tripled among teenagers in the last 2 years. Our children are unaware of the danger of fentanyl and experimenting with drugs. This slide shows the statistics. The problem is our children are not statistics. This is my son, Connor. Connor died May 28th, 2021 from fentanyl poisoning. The first picture was taken on his 21st birthday, just 6 months before his death. The second picture is the last one of him I took on Easter, just 1 month before his death. Connor was a good kid from a good family. He was loved deeply, and he knew it. He adored his big sister, Jordan, and was so proud of her. He wanted to do everything she did. We went to family camp near Pinecrest with our church every year of his life. When he was older, he even worked there for a time. It was like a second home to him. Connor had a deeply held faith in Jesus and went on multiple missions trips, including Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras with our church youth group. He was great with kids. He paid attention to them, and he played with them. They loved being around him. Connor had mental health issues that we actively tried to address for years as he grew up. We did everything we could to get him the help that he needed and wanted. Connor lost a vital friend group at age 19. That, along with COVID and the isolation that caused, made him turn to a different friend group. He tried drugs for the first time. He was one of those kids that was instantly addicted. It was fentanyl that took him from me. Fentanyl has changed everything. Fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid that is 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. Fentanyl is being mixed into heroin and cocaine. Fentanyl is being made into and or sprayed onto pills that look like Xanax, oxycodone, and Percocet. Now fentanyl is being confiscated by police in drug busts disguised as candy, such as Jolly Ranchers, that were melted, infused with fentanyl, and formed into gummy bear shapes. Can you tell the difference in these pills? Can you tell the difference here? Can your children tell the difference? Experts consider 2 milligrams of fentanyl to be lethal. Because fentanyl is often mixed into and disguised as other substances, many people consume it without their knowledge. Our loved ones were the victims of drug-induced homicide, not an overdose. Our proclamation brings awareness not only to overdose, but it includes the word poisoning. When someone drinks too much, we call it alcohol poisoning. When someone takes too much of a drug, we call it an overdose. The difference in language may seem slight, but it says a lot about how our society differentiates between alcohol users and drug users. Drug overdose historically refers to drug users aware of the dosage and choosing to take too much because of their addiction. Poisoning is a technically accurate diagnostic term for what is happening when someone ingests an opioid like fentanyl. I belong to a parent group within Behavioral Health and Recovery Services that have all lost a child, most of us in 2021. A couple of our parents were interviewed in this 30-second clip created to help spread awareness. It has been played in movie theaters. This is our ad.
This fentanyl crisis is a silent epidemic.
What we're seeing in our community is pretty historic in terms of the number of deaths.
Drug dealers don't have ethics. They're not concerned about whether you live or die. They're concerned about how much money they're getting.
When you got touched on with that, you have 100% fentanyl.
My brother didn't know that he was buying. He bought a Xanax, took it, and that killed him. This is not about getting high anymore. Now you're playing Russian roulette with your life.
You can play it.
Do you think we can play it over and we can act? You want to?
Yeah, we're going to see if we can fix the audio.
We'll give it one more shot here, Christy. Let's see.
Okay.
We talk about pressure here right now.
This fentanyl crisis is a silent epidemic.
What we're seeing in our community is pretty historic in terms of the number of deaths.
Drug dealers don't have ethics. They're not concerned about whether you live or die. They're concerned about how much money they're going to make.
When they got toxicology back, it had 100% fentanyl.
My brother didn't know what he was buying. He bought a Xanax, took it, and that killed him.
This is not about getting high anymore. Now you're playing Russian roulette with your life.
We have also organized a 5K run along with the Health and Wellness Craft Fair that will be held on August 27th in downtown Modesto. Funds raised from this event will go to the Zac Missouri Foundation. The Zac Missouri Foundation is a nonprofit that was formed in 2015 by Melinda Pilata, one of our parents, in honor of her late son, Zac. The mission is to inspire action to protect our loved ones from the dangers of substance abuse and addiction through education, support, and the awarding of scholarships for those breaking free of the snare of addiction. The Empty Chair campaign is a call for justice of the precious life that was unlawfully dealt a controlled substance, resulting in a death. The goal of this campaign is to raise awareness that these deaths are on the rise each and every day. We are asking businesses, along with families of people who have lost loved ones, to set up a chair in front of their home or business for 1 week, September 18th through the 24th. The chairs will be personalized for the loved one that should be sitting in them but is gone. We need to do everything we can to ensure other parents do not face the same heartbreaking reality we live in every time we open our eyes to a new day. This is the banner of our beautiful children. From left to right, Connor, age 21, Jordan, age 29, Timothy, age 21, Bella, age 14, Jason, age 20, Zac, age 26, and Kyle, age 24. We believe young people should learn from their mistakes, not die from them. I'm ending my presentation with this last picture and a prop. All I have left of my baby boy is this precious bear that a dear friend made for me out of the shirt that Connor is wearing in this picture. His signature tattooed on my arm the day he would have turned 22, and his fingerprint on a necklace I always wear. I want others to be left with their sons and daughters, not just their memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you guys very much for being here. And Christy, our heart and our prayers go out to you and your family. And as we all know, more and more we hear about this crisis, but I really think it's one of the biggest health crises we're dealing with in this country, more than anything that we're dealing with right now. And I so much appreciate you being here tonight and making people aware of what's going on out there, and we've got to do something about it. So thank you guys very much.
So before we do the proclamation, we have 3 other families that are here that their young people were pictured in the banner that Christy shared. If you'd like to come up for the proclamation. Have Greg Abney, his son was Jason. We have Angela Smith, her son was Kyle. And we have John, Christy's husband. Of course, we lost Connor.
So again, thank you guys so much for being here. Again, like I said, our hearts and prayers go out for all of you. I just can't imagine what you guys have gone through, but the courage that you have to be here and stand up and try to help so that others won't end up in the same spot that you guys find yourself here. We just so much appreciate it. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we have a proclamation for you here. And if there's anything we can do, please reach out to us. So thank you guys very much. You guys want to scoot down a little bit? Okay. All right, we're going to move on here to public comment, but I'm going to start with, I think you've noticed that we have a lot of kids in the back here. And so I'm going to call up here to begin with, if we could, Michael Baldwin. Michael, could you come on up? Michael, how are you?
I'm all right.
Good. So I'm going to let you just real quickly, if you could, talk about what you've been doing all summer with all of these young individuals here.
They have to come down here a little bit with me. So I started doing some work at Mark Twain last school year, and I found out that many of the young kiddos at that school had some personal struggles that were sort of not necessarily ignored, but they didn't have the capacity to deal with them. And so we we managed to make sure that there wasn't a single altercation that happened in the last quarter of that school, and not a single expulsion that happened at the last quarter of that school year. And I felt that if we stopped, then we would lose the momentum that we had gained. So I began a summer program, and it's called Legacy Summer Program. And the summer program, the kids were learning mindfulness substance abuse prevention as a core curriculum, and they learned CPR, they learned drug prevention, gang prevention, intervention. They learned about domestic violence. They learned about how to deal with trauma. They learned how to deal with so many different things. And so today is our second day of our after-school program, and these are all the kids that voluntarily showed up for after-school program. And so I wanted them to say a couple of words, but just a couple of them to say something. Who want to step up? Come here. So, Ash, can you tell them what benefit that you get from the summer program and now the after-school program?
Okay. Hi, I'm Ash, and this summer program and the people here, they're awesome people, and like I've learned a lot. They've been teaching us sign language. They've been teaching us how to think about our actions before we do them. They taught us about STICK, which is stop, think, imagine, choose. Okay, that's
One more. This is our angry man. It used to be.
All right. My name is Terrell, and they taught me how to control my anger because I have a lot of anger in my body, and I have to let it out. And Michael and the staff taught me so much about controlling my anger, and the summer program has been amazing for me. I love being here, and the people. They're amazing people.
Thanks, Terrell. I don't want to keep them long because, good job, you guys. I don't want to keep them long because we normally end the summer program. Right now we start at 2 and we end at 7. But the thing is that for adults, I'm a recovering heroin addict. I've been sober for 24 years. I spent 26 years. I was like the young man who lost his life. At 14 years old, I tried heroin for the first time, and I fell in love with it. It wasn't what it made me feel that I liked. It was what I didn't have to feel. See, nobody knew that I had been a sexual abuse victim. Nobody knew that I felt ashamed of being black, ashamed of being poor, that I didn't fit in anywhere. But when I used heroin, that didn't matter anymore. And before long, I was addicted to it, and I couldn't control it. I've spent 26 years in prison. And some people think that those of us who have experienced incarceration don't have anything to give or contribute. But the fact is I can relate to these kids because I was them. And so I have staff that can relate to them. And one of the things that we look to do is that most of these kids won't listen to me, but their peers will listen to them. So we teach them these tools, especially about substance abuse and about how you can be recruited to a gang. And then we embed them amongst their peers. And once we embed them amongst their peers, now they're the peer pressure. Because now when someone comes to offer them that line of heroin like someone did to me, they can laugh at them and say, I did a role play about you, right? And I know what this is going to do to my life. And they have some positive coping skills that they can use in exchange for those things, you know. So I did bring something that I wanted to give to you because we went on a camping trip and, you know, we didn't have, no one was really funding us for the program. And we got blessed to go on a camping trip with like 42 kids on a camping trip to Donner Summit. And we had it all set up for our rent-a-cars because we were going to go in some renter vans, and we get to Hertz and they didn't have a single vehicle for us. And out of desperation, a Hail Mary, I called you and I told you our circumstances. And I said, you know, I don't know who you can call, whatever, but we need some help. And you stepped up and you helped us out.
So Michael, thank you, but it wasn't me. I appreciate that, but it was, what I want everybody to know here is Store Transportation, Donald Store. I got on the phone, and Chief Gillespie also from City of Modesto helped us with this.
Yes.
And we got on the phone with Donald Store. He calls me back Saturday night after I left him a message, and he was actually out of the state, and he says, Terry, I took care of it, and he had buses waiting for these guys Monday morning, took them up to the camp, and then went back and picked them up on Wednesday with their buses, all for free.
Yes, he did. And so, because of that, we are appreciative. And we made this for a store coach.
Perfect.
And it's that's for them.
Very good.
And can you make sure they get it?
We will get that to them, Michael.
All right.
And Michael.
But this one here is for you.
Well, yeah, you didn't do one for me because
we did.
Thank you.
And we did one for Brandon also, because I think that the same way that we can hold each other accountable, we should reward each other too when we do good things. And so we appreciate you. What do you guys think?
Thank you guys, and Michael, thank you for all you're doing. Thank you guys for all being here.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we say this, Michael, more and more, but you're doing the Lord's work, and we sure appreciate you being out there.
Thank you. Amen.
Thank you. Take care of yourself. Okay. So let's move on here now. We're going to move on to our public comment portion of the meeting, and this is a time for everyone to come up and speak about anything that is not on the agenda. We have speaker cards that a lot of people have filled out, and some of them for specific items, but we have a lot that aren't. And so I'm going to start going through these, and we'll give everybody a chance to come up. And even if you haven't filled out a speaker card, when we're all done with these, we can still have an opportunity to come up. So I'm going to start off with the first one I have here tonight is Camilla Dyer. Okay. And we try to limit everybody to 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Camila Dyer, and I am a deaf provider for a family member, a client of mine who is deaf, who also has deaf children, 4 to be exact. They are all of a deaf family, and I am one of the providers for this family. And I'm here today because I would like to address the need for more deaf providers like myself. We would like to grow our numbers to serve our community the best way possible. And the best way to do this is by growing our team of deaf providers. So that's mainly my concerns for today, and thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Camilla. Thank you. Okay, next up I have Rebecca Harrington. Rebecca, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I'm especially happy because after 4 years of having to go to see my oncologist at UCSF every 4 weeks, I now get to go every 3 months. So that gives me more time to keep you all in check.
That's good. We're glad you're here.
I have more time, and I just came back from there today. So first of all, this is a really hard one. I didn't think this was going to be so hard. To Connor's mother and the people that lost their children to fentanyl, I just have to say to them, I'm extremely sad for you because I lost somebody close to me on June 8th. She didn't know what was being given to her. She was not out there to be poisoned, and she died while I was waiting for her so that we could go grocery shopping. So it's very hard. But I just really want to say that the thing that I think we need to get across to our law enforcement, that when there's more than one person there and one person dies and another person is taken to the hospital and is hospitalized for 3 days for fentanyl poisoning, our law enforcement needs to take action. I have not seen anything happen to my girl's case, and she's my girl because I've known her since she was 16. She was a part of my family, my children's best friend, and it pains me so greatly. And I just think that we need to do more to bring this to the forefront because our children are dying. You heard here in town, here in this county, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 26-year-olds, 36-year-olds. My girl was 36 and she left a daughter. We need to get our law enforcement to do more. They need to follow up. They need to take names. They need to take numbers. They need to follow up and find out what's going on. I still don't have any knowledge of what happened because I'm not her biological mom, but she was my daughter. So her loss to me is extremely painful. And in regards to the young man, Mr. Baldwin, who was speaking with his kids, long ago and far away, I learned an acronym which is very important. It's HALT. H stands for hungry, A is for angry, L is for lonely, T is for tired. When anyone, whether you are 5 years old or 95 years old, when any of those specific components is in your life, you cannot make a healthy and wise decision-making. Your decision-making capacity is compromised. And for children, we know it is even more so. I worked in public schools, along with one of my colleagues here, Gail, for 16 years in Empire School District. And we saw a lot of that. And I could tell when we had a young man or a young girl come in and they hadn't eaten, they couldn't concentrate, they couldn't work, and they couldn't focus. And it was to no fault of their own. So I think that these are some of the things that we need to really bring out into the public and be very strong in our voice and in our messaging, because we are losing people with valuable assets that could have made changes to this world because somebody is giving them fentanyl and they don't know it. I have a nephew who, by the grace of God, was revived because his mother knew CPR and they were able to get an ambulance to the house quick enough to give him a shot of Narcan to help him. Has he learned from his lesson? Sadly, no. He's still being monitored by his family to the best of their knowledge. But I really would like to see that the board push for our local law enforcement, our all of the city police, and our sheriffs to follow up more and not just chalk it off as to a drug addict, one less person to worry about. Because my Jamie meant the world to me. And just like all of the other people who lost somebody to fentanyl poisoning, they will never be the same, ever. Because that hole in your heart does not heal. It is an open wound for the rest of your life.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, next up I have Astrid Zuniga. Astrid, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I am well. Thank you, brothers and sisters, but not necessary. So my name is Astrid Zuniga. I am a IHSS home care provider for my adult child, Manny, who has autism, intellectual disabilities, and epilepsy. And I'm here with my siblings of UDW and fellow home care providers today to talk a little bit about wage increases for home care workers, doing the basic necessities for home care workers. I was looking over the agenda over the weekend, and I saw, and most people who have seen me here over the last few weeks know I have talked about the incentivizing of home care and making this a job that people want to come to, and the lack of home care providers that there are in this county and throughout the state. And I saw, and I applaud the increases for our fellow siblings across some of these other unions that are receiving a wage increase. within the county. I represent some of them wearing another hat at the Labor Council. And I applaud a wage increase for them. But knowing that we were told that we're not considered a county worker was a sock in the gut when I heard that a few weeks ago. I see here the county is facing severe recruiting and retention challenges, but I don't see IHSS workers in this scenario at all. There are about 7,500, 7,600 clients in this county. There's only about 5,800 providers to meet that need. When you offer maybe a little over 1% as a wage increase, that is a slap in the face to those who are providing an essential work for to allow our communities most vulnerable to live in their homes and be provided care by those they know, love, and trust. This workforce had to fight just to be recognized as an essential workforce. That's a shame. During COVID, we had to fight to get the same provisions, and yet I have to fight here in my own county just to get a livable wage. They're building a new In-N-Out over in Ceres. Big sign, $17 an hour, up to $20. But we're making $15.50. And we want to get offered pennies, to be honest. That's a shame. And that says a lot. There's another line in here that says that they they are currently so many positions allocated for full-time and becoming a community choice where people live, work, and thrive. This is the vision of the county. Becoming a community of choice where people live, work, and thrive. A place worthy of calling home. These workers live in this community. They should be allowed to thrive in this community. This is their home. They're not going and spending this money on stocks and bonds and in the Bahamas. It is being spent in your brick and mortar stores. It's being spent in their taxes in this community, and it's coming back. So not only is the county getting it back in realignment funds, but they're also getting it from the provider through taxes. It's a shame that every few years we have to go through this, when we can't just go to the table and you all say, you're part of the group that we're going to consider a raise for. I wish I didn't have to come up here every year, or every few years. I take that back. But unfortunately, I do. And you see many providers in this room tonight. Some of them brought their clients. I applaud my sister who came up and spoke about the deaf and hard of hearing need. One of my providers back there's daughter is deaf. And it's a need, because if something happens to one of us, you want to make sure, see my yellow light, if you want to make sure that there is somebody who is qualified and willing and able to do that work. I can't express it enough, and I hope that we can come to an agreement soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Astrid. Okay, next up I have Louisa Bryant. Louisa Bryant. Yeah, and then the next one after Louisa is going to be Miguel Donoso. So let's go. Is Louisa still here? Oh, that's okay. Take your time. Yeah, you're all right. Good evening. How are you, Louisa?
Not the best day, but as a great-grandmother of three, these stories I heard about, and my prayers are for the parents and loved ones of those children. But I just wanted to say that. I wasn't prepared all this, but may I just go ahead with my presentation?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, it's problem. To review and I have a breathing problem. To review the background of this incredulous odyssey of absurdity that I have endured for the past 6 months, please re-examine the past 5 presentations given to the City Council by me in the past 5 months. Tonight, I want to address only the latest in what can only be described as a ludicrous and completely false report filed with the city. Referencing falsifying a record is the crime of making false entries, otherwise tampering with public records with the intent to deceive or injure or to conceal wrongdoing. Also, in California, filing a false document with a California public office is a felony offense. You have before you, I hope, a copy of what I allege is the most outrageous and untruthful report to be recorded and filed in this city. Line by line, I will attempt to prove my allegations in a measured wording and to the point. Number 1, the first line, well, I know if you have it in front of you, the very first line is, I'm sorry, this is the first line, description, reappeared, whatever, balcony above patio, apartment 120 without permit or mold. That's the way it's written. This is a reprint from the description recorded in the falsified records of the case number COD 2022-00345 and filed with the city on February 14th of this year. The second, as you go across, that's an incorrect address. It's not my address. And as you keep going, 7/27/22 is not the date the description was filed with the city. That was February 14th, and you have copies there. The result, this next, passed. What passed? There was no attempted or completed inspection performed as required by the Health and Safety Code, Section 17973, which was the reason for the 24-hour notice to enter the dwelling. This Health and Safety Code, 17973, I'm repeating, requires that destructive testing be performed every 6 years at 15% of each type of load-bearing wood from frame exterior elevated elements, such as balconies with walkways and stair landings present in the building. Nothing about patio ceilings. As you see, this is what the whole thing is about, this patio. Okay, the elevated elements is a structural element of a building. It extends beyond the building exterior while it is designated for human use as a walking surface more than 6 feet above crowd level. Again, no patio ceiling. No mention of an engineer basing his report on what he called seeing the lines 3 and 4 of the remarks and notes of the paper in front of you. Remarks and notes. Line 1. Line 1 is not completely accurate. The inspectors had 6 participants, not 5. Kendall with management was there. Line 2. Sadly, this is an inane fabrication by an individual who ironically ordered these same inspections and repairs in a falsified notice of violations dated March 7, 2021 and filed with the city in my case number. You have that also, the falsified notice of violation. Line 3, Louisa Bryant refused entry to her patio, etc., etc. This was because participants could not or would not provide me with a permit from the city. May I finish? It's only this, it's very important.
Louisa, we have so many tonight.
Okay, well, anyway, the whole thing, please, let me just, what I'm here for. I allege that a gross miscarriage of justice has been carried out by this building inspector, the owners and management of my apartment complex, and the engineer, and by the owners and participants in the 24-hour notice entry on July 27th. And then this is it, then I'm through. I now earnestly request that the board immediately implement and authorize an investigation by the proper authorities into my numerous allegations of falsifications of documents filed with the city record and showing I am, I'm sorry, I can't see anymore. Okay, my allegations of the falsification. At 86 years old, I can't go through this anymore. It's been 6 months at hell. But like I said, I didn't know this was going to be here, and I appreciate your taking the time to hear me, because something's got to be done. But your crimes are being committed with falsified documents, and no one, I've asked for help, and nothing's...
Okay, Louisa, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Miguel Donoso. And then after Miguel, next up is Tim Peluger, I believe. Miguel,
thank you, Mr. Chairman
how are
and
you?
members of the board. I'm here because I was a little bit confused and upset because the regular agenda all the time is 5 o'clock Friday. This time was Monday in the morning. So now was 72 hours notification. And I don't know, for sure Mr. Hayes is going to move in. It's not true. It's true. Because I was from Friday, 5:30, looking, and never appeared. Only Monday in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning was the agenda. The second part, Mr. Chairman, is the issue of the agenda for tonight is almost in the last part of the presentation regard to the $50 million. It's a shame that this board all the time play games with Mr. Hayes to put the agenda later. Many of these people have to go home because many have to work, or the majority are seniors. So it's a shame that you guys move the agenda and they please. And it's your job as a chairman to flow the process of the agenda. And that not happen, sir. But when the white people come here, middle class, 9 o'clock in the morning, it's perfect. And all the time for the mass, not to have the mandate for the mass, every time the white people here and you say, beautiful, keep talking, not for us. That's a shame. In the last part, I said now the sheriff is here. I think I agree with Mrs. Harrison that the sheriffs have to be accountable. Not only the sheriff, but mainly the police department, but the sheriff. He never says that you're going to reduce the gang member from 5 to 10%. He never says you're going to reduce the crime. He never said he's going to reduce the drugs in this county. So it's a shame of him. They never present in front of this board in the community they're going to reduce the crime. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Miguel. Okay, we have Tim Peluger. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, Tim. And following Tim, we have Will Kelly. Tim, how are you?
Hi, I'm Tim Pfluger.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't going to come up here tonight, but I decided I needed to ask you guys a favor. I've been a firefighter. I was with the U.S. Forest Service. I've run a landscape. I'm a licensed contractor for 45 years. I became a caregiver in April of 1987 when my daughter was in a head-on car wreck. She's survived. We didn't know if she would, but she did. We spent 4 months at Oakland Children's and a year later in a rehab facility. And then she's been home with me ever since. I took care of her before she was hurt, and I've been taking care of her ever since. That's something I'm not going to give up. We didn't know anything about brain injury when this happened. Didn't know what to do. About 10 years after the accident, we learned a lot about child brain development. I went to the institute in Philadelphia, the Institute for the Achievement of Human Potential. And I say she still has a lot of potential. She's a great girl. She's my most fun person to be with. And I'm extremely fortunate to be with a 37-year-old daughter. How many guys get to do that? But my days spent doing laundry, cooking, cleaning. Sometimes I get to pull weeds. And I do therapy with her every day. I've learned a lot. I'm actually a pretty good therapist. There isn't a whole lot of time to do anything else. I survive off the money I get paid from IHSS. And I still think of it as a miracle because I'd be doing this anyway. But it's what I live off of. And so I'm asking you to put our needs, like people have been saying, to raise our standard of living a little bit. You know, when they first offered it to me, I thought it was a joke because I'm a successful businessman. And now I'm living on it. I got out of the field last year, and this is my main source of income. So please consider putting IHSS raises on the agenda in the future.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. Okay, we have Will Kelly, and following Will is Lawana Gadberry. Will, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Will Kelly. I'm Organizing Director with the North Valley Labor Federation, and I'm here in solidarity with UDW members and IHSS workers, and asking that the county treat them with dignity in their negotiations and reach a fair resolution. I'll be brief because there's very little I can add to what Astrid and Tim and other providers you'll hear from tonight, but it can never be said too often that this is a special transformative program that provides dignity to so many people in so many ways, whether it's someone with a person with a disability, someone recovering from a temporary or chronic injury or illness, or someone elderly who needs this care. This program gives them the dignity to have a voice, have a choice in who provides care, to receive care from a family member, have the dignity of receiving care from a family member if that's what they so choose. Very often to have the dignity of living at home, which would otherwise be impossible. And for the entire family, this program can often make the difference between the hard times that come with a sudden or chronic injury or illness or complete financial collapse. In the basis economic terms, this is money that is largely recoupable from the state and other sources and that stays in the community, and that is just, the impact is incalculable when you compare with the cost of doing nothing, the cost of being without the providers you need to care for people who need this service, or for the providers who are currently doing this to be underpaid and under-resourced. So I urge you, negotiations are ongoing, and the union is showing up in good faith and making reasonable proposals to shore up this program, to provide benefit for the county and the whole community, and most of all to be advocates for their clients. So I just urge the county to show up the same way and show them the dignity and respect they deserve. Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Okay, we have Lawana Gadberry, and following Lawana is Ramon Rodriguez. Lawana, good evening. How are you?
Hello, gentlemen. I'm pretty good.
I'm going to pull that mic down, Lawana. If you can grab that and pull that, there you go.
Well, I'm going to start off to tell you that I'm 71 years young, and I have been a care provider since 2002, when my husband's accident turned into a permanent disability, paralysis with complications. I learned that I had to give it everything I had, and I've grown tremendously over those years, and I'm kind of proud to say that I am a professional caregiver. I recently lost my husband just prior to the pandemic. I was faced with a two-thirds loss income, but more importantly, I was faced with the loss of the love of my life. So I had some decisions to make and some worry on my mind because our country was shut down. There was no work. But then it opened up, and I prayed to the Lord that I would find someone who needed me, who prayed for me as I prayed for them. And I was fortunate enough to find a lady who's 20 years younger than I am, who needed me as much as I needed her. But I was overwhelmed with the number of people who were calling me and asking me for caregiving services. I was afraid to spread myself too thin because of the pandemic, so I just kept it to one client. And it turned out a pretty good thing that I did. But that left a whole lot of people without care. And it worries me some to think that as we go forward, our income is going to be stifled to the point where it can't compete with everything else that's out there. Those who work with clients have a choice where they work. Those who have loved ones at home have no choice. But we all have the same concerns, how to meet the financial burdens that we have, whether it be rent, food, whatever. So I would like to see the contract go forward and give us the raise, a little bit of whatever you can do, because we need that hope, that encouragement that you are behind us, because all these people are now professionals. They are no longer babysitters or guardians or cooks or whatever, house cleaners. We are professional individuals, and that we deserve that status. Thank you.
Thank you, Luana. Okay. Next up, we have Ramon Rodriguez. And following Ramon, we have, the next one is just Steve. That's all I have there, so we're going to see. But Ramon, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. Well, good evening, supervisors and community members. I got a lot of topics for 5 minutes I'm going to speak about, but first I'm going to talk about some infrastructure. Well, Don Miguel brought the members of the community in the unincorporated neighborhoods. They've been asking for sidewalks, and I drove there last weekend, and I'm still surprised that neighborhoods are still underdeveloped and they need sidewalks nowadays. It's sad that we live in a country where we have huge economic power, but we can't invest in infrastructure. Also, Keys Bridge on the freeway, they need to have traffic lights, because those stop signs, they don't work. Someday there's going to be an accident because people will miss, especially the one that heads to the northbound freeway. It's like too far away, and when the rush hour happens, you got a whole line of cars because of one stop sign. If we have traffic lights on the Keys Road Bridge, that would make a huge difference. Now I'm going to talk about the topics I'm going to talk about. On July 14th, Modesto Police Department shot Paul Chavez. This is another example of why I've been warning a couple of times about not holding cops accountable, especially one who shot. And the district attorney should be ashamed, because she let the certain officers with justified, yet they're not being held accountable. And we're seeing a number of deaths, injuries, even victims being charged for nothing. And for Dylan Harvey on the July 4th incident, let me tell you something. An in-home caregiver will handle the situation better than a cop, especially a person with suffering a mental health crisis. And for me, an in-home caregiver is more important than a police officer, especially when they had to handle a person suffering mental health crisis. And I'm asking tonight that they need a raise. $20, $25 an hour, because the cost of living is more higher. You're giving the other counties workers a raise, but what about the in-home care workers? They sacrifice their livelihoods to take care of people that they care. And we're living in a country where we don't invest in our people. We're seeing a lot of drug-related deaths. We're seeing a lot of violence, crime, and this correlates to income inequality. We need investment in our people, whether it be in health care, infrastructure, more jobs, climate resiliency, because when we don't invest, our standard of living goes down, our communities goes down further, and we're going to have a lot of issues. We're seeing deaths, violence, drug abuse. It's happening everywhere. And also on the July 26th meeting, I'm very still shocked that a certain member spoken in public comments, they're endangering a community with their anti-vax nonsense. It's disgusting that they allow to speak while we're still in a pandemic, and now polio is happening in New York, in California, and in the UK, and it's growing. And also with monkeypox happening. And it's really sad that we're still living in an age of misinformation when we need to take care of our community as one. So, honestly, the in-home caregivers need a raise. Also, the farm workers are marching, and they're coming here in a couple of days because they're heading to Sacramento demanding that Governor Newsom demand a right to join a union like every other worker. And as for the Del Preto Canyon Dam, that needs to be canceled because climate change is real. We don't know how long, but climate change is getting worse. Drought is getting really, really, really bad. And the way, and also building that dam, that's going to destroy the landscape. What about Frank Raines Park? Also, there's like a lot of ancient indigenous stuff that's been in that land for centuries. We can't have another dam. We need to find other ways to reduce our way to save water and everything, because the whole world's going crazy, and we need to invest in our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramon. Okay, next up we have Steve. Somebody just wrote, Steve. There we go. And following Steve, I have Rebecca Munguia. Pronounced that right? Steve, good evening. How are you?
That's irrelevant.
You can pull that up if you need to.
That's cool. I'll lean. I just want to start off by saying thank you to you, Mr. Chairman, for your introduction in the beginning of this meeting related to all the young people that appeared here this evening. And you touched on something that coincidentally is at the heart of what I'm here to speak to you guys about. And I'll be honest, is on my mind every single day of my life. You talked about how they represent the future, I think, but really mainly you talked about apathy. I do agree, apathy is a monster. Apathy is one of the biggest problems in our society. And I really did actually appreciate what you said, to be honest, because what was going through my head in my very non-apathetic state of mind was I sure as hell hope that I don't have to hear your spiel for a third time, where you blatantly espouse your racist ideology in public as a member of this board and as the chairman. I've had the displeasure of hearing you say it twice now, and the first one I'm pretty sure was at your meeting, and you were basically introducing Black History Month. And then you gave it again the other day, well not the other day, recently though, at the Juneteenth celebration at Graceta Park. And I just want to be perfectly clear that I'm up here to represent myself. I don't speak for anybody but me. I don't speak for any other individual. I don't speak for any other group. And I do not speak for the black community, right? But that does need to be said, right? I, as a human being, want to throw up in my mouth when I hear you say crap like telling people to commemorate Black History Month and or a Juneteenth celebration that racial injustice is the result of us not turning to God. That's obviously inappropriate. You should be ashamed of yourself. Everyone here, if you haven't already rebuked this man, should be ashamed of themselves. First of all, there's a lot of things wrong with that. And I don't have a whole heck of a lot of time, but for one thing, you don't speak for every religious person, okay? But to seriously blame that kind of thing, and I know you didn't say it directly, but there's more than a handful of people in this county with critical thinking skills, sir. When you say that what we need and the problem is related to racial injustice is that people need to turn to God, you're sending a pretty clear, disgusting message. And basically, what I really did want to talk to you about today, that pertains very much. Because one thing that makes me feel apathetic is seeing power in the hands of people who make choices that I feel are extremely harmful to the people they represent. Specifically as it pertains to enabling corrupt police and sheriff deputies and officers to essentially do whatever the hell they want as long as you can come up with an angle to defend it afterward. So what we need when it comes to racial justice is, for one thing, to get powerful people who are obstructing that from happening out of the way. And when it comes to like all of the police violence that this community has suffered, I think that you guys, as the Board of Supervisors for the county, obviously have influence. And the DA in this county is basically nothing better than a career criminal. The only reason that any charges are being brought against Joseph LaMantia is because of months and months of people in the community refusing to be silent. I've watched that video. Joseph LaMantia stalked Trevor. He ambushed him. He hurried up and killed him. You could hear the sirens of his partners in the immediate distance. When it comes to Dylan Harvey, it was very clear in that video that it was the irresponsible actions toward the end of that event, after everything was going well, that officer became overconfident. They never took the weapons out of the room. They went back into the room. The guy's verbally acknowledging, oh, this isn't good. And then he created the situation where he had to shoot the man, who is now facing attempted murder charges. As far as Paul Chavez, you can see it in the video. That officer, Sam Muncie, had absolutely no reason. I'll give 10 or 15 more seconds. You give it to all your friends.
Steve,
Chill.
we're going to have to wrap it up.
I'm not going to. I got 10 more seconds. You can wipe that smart-ass smirk off your face and show some respect.
You're going to have to...
Paul Muncie shot him twice.
We're going to have to ask you to leave, Steve.
Sam Muncie shot him twice for no reason when he did not pose a threat.
Okay, I think we're done,
I'm glad
Steve.
that you
Thank
can feel like the community loves you and you're so charming, but it's your holding on to power
you are done.
that keeps the
Thank you.
violence going.
Steve, thank you for your comments, Steve. May God bless you.
Another perfect example. May God bless
Next
you.
up,
You're a
we
smart
have,
ass.
next up, we have Rebecca Munguia. Rebecca?
Don't come physically harass me just because of words I spoke. Just stay the hell away from me.
Hold on one second.
1 second, Rebecca. Just give me a second here. Okay, we're good. Rebecca, how are you this evening?
I'm great.
That's
I
a
don't know, but
tough act to follow right there. I'm
first
sorry.
off, I was just checking, maybe you guys have a step stool for these things over here. But anyways, let's get on with it. Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm Rebecca Munguia from California School Employees Association, Sylvan 73. I'm here tonight standing in solidarity to support our siblings of UDW, which you see them back here behind me, who provide life-saving and work caring for our communities most vulnerable. They deserve a living wage at the very least. You all, sorry, I could take this off. You all need to hear them out. And you can do better than what you guys are offering. They are essential workers. Me, I'm a California School Employees Association. I'm a paraeducator for moderate severe handicap. I'm an essential worker. They are essential workers. They're serving and helping your moms, your grandmas, your grandfathers. That's what they do. They're essential. You guys need to hear them out and give them what they deserve. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Next up, I have Pedro Romeros Hernandez. Pedro, good evening. How are you?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Good, thank you.
Just want to say thank you for welcoming me up here. I'll skip the cinematics. I'm here to talk as well about Paul Chavez and Dylan Harvey. I can definitely tell you that it's very unfortunate what has happened in the last couple of months, at least ever since I've heard of Trevor Seaver. I've heard of multiple cases where the Modesto Police Department has done some negligible actions, some not great actions. And I'm here to speak on that. I'm here to ask for an alternative. Definitely, I'm not as passionate as, I forget his name, but definitely I care for our community. I care for our investments. And I understand that there's definitely a lot of stuff that is going on right now. There's drugs, there's crime. But I can tell you that there's no better investment in our community to stop these things than to invest in our community again. Food stamps, any kind of services. Our brothers here from the union, these are investments that are give back to the community tenfold. I guarantee you that every dollar spent in our community is going to do great work. Do I want police? Absolutely. I'm not stupid. I'm not crazy. We need police. We need peace officers. But at the same time, when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, right? If they only know how to resolve things, not through dialogue, but through by force, whether it's hazing the homeless or hurting people in our community, it makes me not trust them. I don't know about you guys, but whenever a cop is driving behind me, I feel a chill down my spine, and that's just something that I don't feel comfortable with. We need to take action. I want to love everybody in my community, including my police officers, and I do. I have some friends in the force myself. But with that in mind, as much as I love them, I also think that we should hold them accountable when they do bad, and we should praise them when they do good. And at the same time, recognize that they're not the only essential workers, but these people here, they're the ones pouring out their hearts to our community, serving the people that are some of the most vulnerable among us. So just want to invite you to just consider those alternatives, feed the hungry, fund care providers. We need to house the homeless, people that are clearly going through mental health crises that just need a little help, need a little bit of, I'm Catholic personally, but I feel like we all have a little Christian love in our heart, and I feel like we just need to reach out. We need to be there for them. And just reform the police. I'm not coming out here and be like, abolish it or whatever, but definitely it's something that we need to hold them accountable. We need to be there for our brothers and sisters. I don't want to come here with a poster saying justice for my brother or my sister. I'm stopping that here right now. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Pedro. Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Monteroso, Joseph Monteroso. Mr. Monteroso, how are you this evening?
It's the same old thing. Okay, last meeting, you got an earful from people who have no skin in the game whatsoever except for the Burks. I prepared for you today another package that tells the truth from statements, affidavits, court documents, nothing made up by me. It will show that the Donaldsons, for example, have lied about many different things. Just read the documents. So here we are. I really don't care what they have to say. It's not ultimately going to change the legal case. Fine. I'm asking the chairman that perhaps he could talk to Thomas and speed it up so we can get it resolved. If that's the course we have to take, why don't we just get it over with and get it into court? I'm happy to do that. You've already issued it to another law firm, and that's fine. But can't you do anything about moving it forward a little bit faster? You took a full 45 days for the claim. That wasn't necessary. What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for somebody to get killed? This whole meeting today started with people getting sick and dying on a number of different subjects. I've given you plenty of warning that something bad is going to happen on that road. And you have people here today who want to promote more people to use the road, which in a sense increases the number of possible people getting hurt. You can't deny that. You haven't maintained it for, what is it, 83 years? 83 years, hasn't been touched. And you're going to claim it's a public road? Why don't we just give it up, let me gate it? The irony here is the Burks will gain by what I'm doing in respect to liability. I don't understand why we're not just closing the road and eliminating a very serious problem. And you guys aren't going to do anything about it. I wonder sometimes sitting at these meetings and all these people coming to talk to you, what do you do about that? What do you do about the people who ask you or tell you they have a problem? What do you do? Certainly haven't done anything for me at all except put roadblocks in my way and cost me a great deal of money. In the package there you'll see my postcard. I've already done a sample mailing, and let me tell you that it's not going to be the same as yours was. Not going to be even close. So what am I doing? You're not going to believe it anyway, but I'm going to bring it to you, fully stamped, received, etc. More than I got from the last survey, which was totally in error. And I think now you know that. Maybe Lehman was thinking differently of the road since he claimed to have done some maintenance on it 83 years ago. He subsequently learned that it is not a public road, and that's what we're fighting about today. So can you, all I ask you to do is to simply move it along if you could, if you would. I know that you and I don't get along, that's fine, but let's just move it along and get it over with. I don't want to come to any more of these meetings, and I'm sure you don't want me here. So if you could do that, that would be great. I'm not going to ask for anything else. But read the package I just gave you. It may point out a lot of the misinformation that you've received. Guys, I'm ahead of my time. Can I reserve it for next time?
I'm not sure we can, but
I may need it.
Thank you, Mr. Romeros.
Okay. Oh, one more thing. If my house was worth $14 million, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. Just another fabrication of the other side who are ignorant of the real problem. The real problem is the potential liability we have. Not to count the fact that somebody might get killed. You've heard a lot about that already this morning. Here's a chance to potentially stop the problem before it happens. For what? A dirt road.
Thank you,
See
Mr.
you
Romeros.
next week, guys.
Thank you. Okay, next up I have Earl Kelly, and following Earl is Charlotte Theory. Okay, you know, we're going to have to stop just for a second here.
I can explain to you. Somehow, the system took over the headphones. So everybody's hearing whatever you're saying in English. So they haven't heard a word I have translated. So what I'm going to do, I'm going
Take a break? Or we're going to take a 5-minute break here, and we'll work on it here,
Yeah,
Roberto.
please.
Sorry,
Thank
give us
you.
5 minutes here. So, everybody wants to sit down. We will get things started here again. I apologize for that, but I think we got it worked out here now. Okay, so we'll go back to our public comment, and I think Earl, Mr. Kelly, come on down. And after Earl, we have Charlotte Theory, I think. Earl, good evening. How are you?
My audience.
Sorry about that.
Oh, well, we needed the break. That's very good.
That's right.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm glad to be here. Well, not really glad, but anyway. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm a survivor of the Battle of Quezon, survivor of the 68 Tet Offensive. I'm retired from the Livermore Lab, been retired for 15 years, worked there for 40 years. I'm a resident of Horseshoe Road, been there nearly 35 years. I'm a member of the Tuolumne Trail Council, the Livermore Horse Trail Club, past member of the Twain Harte Horse Club Association. I'm also a member of the Arabian and Saddlebred and Thoroughbred Horse Associations. I'm board members of several of those associations. I'm on the board with the Tuolumne Trail Council. I currently have a business raising and training thoroughbreds for the races. I donate many of my hours to the local horse rescue. I've also spent a lot of my time working on the trails up here in the Sierra Mountains, mostly off of Highway 108 and 120. I'm an avid trail rider. I've ridden every trail between Sonora and Kennedy Meadows. I reluctantly am here today. And the reason I'm here is because I am very concerned that we're going to have a tragic accident on this road that's also called Colony Road. Very concerned about it. Perhaps we might even lose a child. I think you have plenty of information on that, so you don't need to hear from me about that. I have 45 years experience riding on trails, working on trails, forming clubs that work on the trails. So I'm very familiar with the proper way a trail should be put together and how they should be used. This road, this maintenance road, also known as Old Colony Road, it is used by OID to keep the weeds from damming up the return ditch that takes the surplus water from our fields back to the Stanislaus River. That's all that road was ever supposed to do. It was never intended to be a trail. On the edge of it are 7 different properties. It is not public property. It is private property. If a child gets hurt on that road, God forbid it drowns in that ditch, every person that uses that road owns property on that road. Stanislaus County. Anyone who maintains that road, in other words, works on that road, is going to get named in a lawsuit. This is serious. This is not something to just pass over. Years ago, I was riding on my horse, my trail horse, good trail horse, on that road. A heron flew up out of that ditch, scared my horse. She took off running and bucking. Fortunately, I was able to get her back under control. But what if there had been someone in a vehicle, which we now have, vehicles on that road? What if I ran into one of them? Or a young person riding a small motorcycle? We would have had a terrible accident. Back then, very few people used that road. Today, we have a lot of people on that road. And unfortunately, we have mixed traffic. And I can tell you from experience, from working on trails, you never mix hikers and horseback riders with motorized vehicles. That is a prescription for danger. That's a prescription for an accident. If you look at any trail up here in the parks, they're labeled motorized vehicles only, horseback hikers only. Never do you put the two together. Okay, a group of neighbors came to this meeting last week stating how wonderful this road was. I agree. It could have been a nice road. But there's a ditch that runs along it, an irrigation ditch. Think about that for a minute. One of the complainers has an OID easement and a road across the northern part of her property. Why is it fenced and gated? Why doesn't she let the families who border on that road ride their SUVs and their horses and hike across her property? I ask you why. Here's another example. This is all Horseshoe Road. You know, there's a lot of history on that road. There is a 5-mile irrigation ditch with a road that runs along the whole road, along that whole ditch. It starts at Blossom, and it goes all the way back to 2,000 acres of open range with a lake. I used to ride on it. I know about it. I've seen it. It is now closed off, fenced off, and gated. Nobody rides on that. May I have one more minute, please? I'll be done.
It's going to be a long night here.
Yes, it will be. Okay. At the end of Horseshoe Road, the Army Corps of Engineers built a beautiful park, miles of trails, camping. You can go fishing there. You can even pan for gold there. Why do we need this trail that is only a quarter of a mile away? In conclusion, I'd like to say, from my experience of working on these trails, riding on these trails, this is not a trail. This is not safe. It should be closed off to the public. It is private property. Nowhere in the county is there a trail system next to a canal. So let's not make this the exception. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Earl. Thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Charlotte Theory. Am I saying that right, Charlotte Theory? Charlotte, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good tonight.
Go ahead.
And I guess you can hear me fine.
We can, yes.
Anyway, I would like to invite anybody of you supervisors on a very stressful, bad day. Come down there and take a walk through that area. You will not only see different kinds of wild turkeys, you will see river otters, you will see different kinds of birds, and it's just extremely peaceful. And during the COVID, that was probably one of our favorite places just to go sit, because you could be there and you would just instantly calm down. I have lived out there, and my husband, we've raised our 2 boys out there. We've lived out there for 32 years, and I've raised my grandchildren out there. And I think this is a ridiculous thing that Mr. Montessori is doing. And I don't even know if that's how you pronounce his name. I just know that this is ridiculous. We have a whole history of peaceful living out there and great neighbors until now. All the neighbors have always gotten along. We've all done always things together, helped each other out, and then he comes along and just screws it all up. And I just think that he doesn't even own the house that he's claiming he could be liable for a suit if somebody got hurt. In 32 years, we've never even seen anybody get hurt or fall off and not be able to get back up. And that ditch they're talking about is only at the very rainiest time 2 foot deep. And the only time I ever saw it any deeper was when that big flood we had, 98 or something like that. I don't know. It was pretty good because we almost had to evacuate because of it was flooding so bad all down through there. I just think that, this whole thing is just kind of a waste of your time. It's a waste of our time. And according to a lot of his comments from the newspaper, that, it's all this liability stuff. Whose liability? Everybody uses it. It's a right to go down I mean, everybody's been using it, we've been taking care of it, everybody takes turn. If something needs fixed, we go down and fix it. You know, and I just think this whole thing, you know, for the little kids who are the moms with the strollers and the dogs and they're trying to jog, and it's too dangerous to go out anywhere out on the road, but they can go down that trail and take a run down the trail with the dog and the kid, you know, and I've seen people come flying through there, and trying to ride your horse along the side of the road is more dangerous than being on that road, the old Colony Road. But I think that this guy just needs to know that, you know, 37 of us, or yeah, I think it's 37 of us that have 57 homeowners that said, no, we don't want you to close this road. We want you to just leave it alone. It's been that way for all these years. It needs to stay that way. And I think that's our right as homeowners, paying the taxes and everything out there, and not him. And like I said, as far as I know, he doesn't even own that house out there. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Next up, we have Gail Arteri. Gail, good evening. How are you?
Well, I'm fine. This has been quite a meeting, and some of it's been very sad, and I can hear people's pain, but I'm here again. Good evening, supervisors, and my friends and members of the audience. My name is Gail Altieri. And thanks again for giving us the opportunity to speak. First, I would like to thank the reporter for the more accurate article in the Modesto Bee on Wednesday, August 10th. The only oops I found was in this paragraph. Residents said closing the Old Colony Road would force people to walk and jog on Horseshoe Road, which is dangerous and has no protection for pedestrians or small vehicles. The Suicide Road referred to is Orange Blossom, not Horseshoe Road. Second, as a neighborhood, we have spoken. The results of the survey sent out by the County Public Works was 57 residents want the road left open, as opposed by only 3 that don't. Thirdly, I have supplied the supervisors with a video of me riding my mule on Old Colony Road, which I have done riding on the road for 42 years. There were 2 videos, one on August 1st and another in a wide view of how safe, serene, and enjoyable this road is. And I challenge anyone to prove the dangers. Fourth, I spoke with the surveyors when they came out to resurvey Old Colony Road. This road is not on anyone's property. It is a public road used by the community. In summation, the neighbors have spoken. We want the road left open for the enjoyment of all, as it has been since 1917. The road is not, nor has it ever been, dangerous. In fact, case in point, riding my tractor today and running into a tree and ripping my arm open is in no way even as had any danger as riding on that road. And one of my mules wheeled around on me one day and I fell off, but that's neither here nor there. And if people are using that road, they're doing it at their own risk as far as I'm concerned. If I get hurt, that's my fault. I'm not a sue-happy person like other people seem to be. Let me see here. I lost my place because... Okay. And by the way, the death of a 21-year-old that Mr. Romeros uses to embellish his reasoning happened when the young man was riding his ATV into a canal between Grayson and Highway 132 in June. There has never been anyone injured on our Colony Road. And I hope you were all able to see the video that I sent to Mr. Condon. County officials decided the road was a public by late January. So as Judge Judy would say, what's all this kerfuffle? Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Okay, I have Jim Bishop. I saw Jim, but I think he might have walked out for a second. We'll see if he comes back. I'll hold off on him. And then I have Mr. Mitaka. John, did you want to talk about this, or did you want to wait until item 8.1? Okay, come on up, John. Sure. Okay.
So, I'll just be very brief. John Mitaka, Grayson Neighborhood Council, Valley Improvement Projects. I just want to echo what Ms. Harrington said about the enforcement on these fentanyl pushers in the community. Some folks from Turlock asked me as a member of the Grayson Neighborhood Council to come and support them to talk to the police chief, the new police chief in Turlock, and to Regan Wilson, the former CEO here, that's the city manager now, about enforcement of the fentanyl issue in Turlock, because they had some concerns that when somebody overdoses there and the police come, that they're not doing a thorough investigation and like they would in other situations. And I want to bear witness that I think that that's true, because there's a stigma with people that use drugs, just like there's a stigma with people with mental illnesses. And that stigma is that, you know, well, another dope fiend bit the dust, so what? So I think that the police, I'm talking about the Sheriff's Department, and when I first went, they told me to talk to Sheriff Dirksey. And I said, well, it's not about Sheriff Dirksey's area, it's about Turlock's area, right? And so when we got past that, but I think that with the same vigor that they go after looking for people who grow weed, like out in Grayson, we've had several busts of people growing weed, and that's all right. But I think with the same vigor that they go after that type of stuff, they need to really start putting people to find out where the hell these people that do the fentanyl, they know where the deaths come, they know the areas in the neighborhoods where the deaths come in. They ought to be flushing those areas with folks and finding out who the hell is pushing that stuff and do the work to get them out of there. That's one thing. The other thing about the home care providers, I want to say this, that, you know, they do provide a service that nobody else wants to provide. And they do a great job about it. But the other thing I think that people need to understand, that if they were not doing what they would do, can you imagine what the Medi-Cal would be paying, what the state would be paying, what the social services would be paying in this county if they did not do what they do? It would take all your budget, to be quite blunt. Because if those folks went into rehabilitation centers, into convalescent homes, and what have you, you'd really be looking at a big bill. So keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Okay, did Jim Bishop come back in? I don't think I saw Jim come back in. Okay, then the last speaker card I have here is Jessica Self. Jessica, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you. I am great. My name is Jessica Self. I am a Modesto resident. I'm also a county employee, but I am not here in my role as a county employee. I'm here to speak on behalf of our amazing in-home support providers here in our county, who I believe are not getting a fair shake when it comes to the contract negotiations that are currently before the county. I'm not going to belabor the points that have been made about the quality of care that is provided by these individuals. Obviously, you have heard that the services provided by these folks are second to none. that the care and the love is probably the only way that most of their clients are able to live with dignity and live in their own homes for the most part. And the care that they have for their family members shouldn't detract from the fact that they are professional caregivers and they have the same requirements as professional caregivers. And they should be treated with the same contract type that regular care workers do in our county, and that's just not happening. I've actually reviewed each of these documents prior to coming here tonight, and there's definitely a difference. So I'm not going to get into the differences of care, but let's talk about the professional level here. So as you've heard many times before, these are health care professionals. They are not family members who are sitting at home trying to get a buck by not working. They are doing a job that really almost no one else will do, and our county knows that, unfortunately, as we've struggled to hire mental health caseworkers, skilled nursing home practitioners, and other types of healthcare aid workers. We've had openings for quite a while in many of these units. I have clients that have been unable to be seen at different, including high-risk health, which is literally the type of people that these folks take care of, have been turned away due to not having the resources. So the idea that they're necessary, B, they're doing the best possible job in the community, those are very important, and I hope that they're taken into consideration. But from your perspective, when we go into negotiations, from a cost perspective, you also have to look at the fact, as John had mentioned earlier, that these folks are living in a home, right? And if they weren't, they would need to live somewhere else. More than likely with full-time, round-the-clock care and security to make sure that there's no one wandering, there's no one injured, there's no one who is having fraud perpetrated against them, that they are able to go to their doctor's office and have someone advocate for them. That requires someone with them 24 hours a day to notice small differences in what's going on in their behavior and their comfort to be able to make those advocate demands. Otherwise, right, we're providing not a good quality of care, and it's costing us just a ton more in resources. And that's if we can find the folks to do those jobs. Right now, and I know that our CEO has done a commendable job. I've seen many of his statements out to our community and our county employees that I receive, but we're having a horrible retention problems in a lot of fields. So that would be even if we could find the locations to house these folks and feed them and get their meds on time and take care of them in a way with dignity. These folks are not any different than any other care provider. They are professionals and they deserve to be treated as such. And I feel very passionate about this. I've done this work. It is impossibly difficult to describe what it is like to watch a family member or someone that you care deeply about not being able to live their best life. And the tiny pittance of money that we give to these folks just to live is disgraceful. I wish they were asking for more, to be frank. But the reality is that these are not people who are cheating a system. These are professional caregivers, and to not come to the table in good faith on this case will result in a huge cost loss. I will leave you on just something else that tonight kind of aggravated me, and I hope that you will each go home and think about this. Earlier this evening, there was a gentleman who spoke. I think his name was Steve, with no last name, and he got upset. He did not, behave in the way that we would like him to behave here at a dais with professional folks trying to do business. And as he was being escorted out by a Deputy Mejia, who I've worked with for almost 10 years at the courthouse, one of our supervisors made a comment just to escalate the situation as he was walking away and further cause Deputy Mejia to then have a further aggravated person on his hands. And I just think that's inappropriate. The desire to win cannot come above your duty as supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, did Jim Bishop show back up? Okay, that's the last speaker card I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on any item that is not on the agenda here? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move on now to our consent calendar, and I do have one item B3, that's been requested to be pulled. Is there any other item on the consent that anybody would like to pull? Anybody from the audience? Okay, seeing none, let's look for a motion at first for everything except for item B3.
Motion for all items, all consent items other than item B3.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Now, item B3. I think that Chance, would you like to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Are we on? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time. I did have just a few questions and some comments, and then I would possibly like to make a recommendation to appeal to the board. I did have a question regarding the vacancy rate, specifically with department heads. Do we know our current vacancy rate with our department heads?
So I can go ahead and speak to that. I think we have probably 2 of our current department head positions vacant or in the process of recruitments. We have one of them filled by an interim director as well. I would recognize that we actually keep our department head positions filled by necessity, that we have to have somebody who's in the role of an appointing authority for every single department. So I think pretty much any time throughout the year, you're going to find almost all of our department head positions filled by necessity.
Okay, so essentially, we don't have a retention issue or a vacancy issue with our department heads. Our retention and our vacancy issue is with our lower level line workers, our heart of our organization here. And just to point out a few highlights that I accumulated from our HR department, who was so kind in getting me these figures. Our average of our department heads last year, on average, their salary was $184,000 a year. Currently, today, their average is $193,000 a year. And with the increase tonight, which is a 3.5 plus a 5% increase, it will be brought up to $203,000 a year. Our current county employee average on salary is $72,000 a year, and after the increase tonight will be $75,000 a year. Our median income in Stanislaus County is just south of $65,000 a year. So, I mean, obviously, if we need to have some fill in our vacancy and retention efforts, it should be at our lower level employees. And just doing the math, and I borrowed the chairman's calculator, because I know he has a fancy calculator. Doing the math, if we added up our 3.5% from 2021 and the 3.5% plus the 5% that we're considering approving tonight, that would be $767,500. That would be a total of just the department heads increase. And I'm asking that we consider saving that and excluding our department heads in this increase. And, you know, I've been on the board not too long. I've only been on the board for 2 years. But we have essentially approved 3 pay raises in my time here, in my tenure here. And if we consider next year's 3.5%, which will be on the docket next year, that'll be 4 pay raises in 3 years, which will come to a total of 15.5%. So I just hope, you know, this is not to be an offense to any of our department heads whatsoever. I think they do a great job. They work hard for us. But they are in a leadership role, just like we're in a leadership role. We are being excluded from this pay raise. Our CEO is being excluded from this pay raise. And with leadership comes sacrifice. And I do think they make a healthy salary with reflective of our community and reflective of our lower level employees. And I ask that we consider redistributing the savings and giving it to our lower level employees, or we use it in another fashion that benefits the community. That would be my motion.
Thanks, James. Any other comments with regard to this? Anybody? Okay. Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Okay, I would say that the motion fails as a result of no second. Okay, and then we will look for a motion to approve item B3.
I'll make a motion to approve B3.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to, we're going to go out of order here, if we could, for a second. Instead of going to our first public hearing and the second, item 7.1 and 7.2, we're going to jump to item 8, because I know we have a lot of people here tonight that want to, and have waited a long time for this. And so, so we will move on to item 8.1, which is accept public outreach report and approve the funding distribution methodology for the $50 million of American Rescue Plan Act 2021 funds. And we're going to start off with Jody.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman Withrow and members of the board, and for all the members of the community who have joined us tonight for this presentation. We really appreciate you sticking around and spending the time to be with us. I do want to just, some of the commentary from earlier, just to note that we were specifically asked to conduct this meeting in the evening at a night meeting, and that's why we're here tonight instead of a day meeting. So thank you for sticking out when we have long public comment sessions like we have had tonight. Joining me tonight in this presentation is our Public Works Director, David Lehman, as well as Danny Marucchio. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Danny. I should confirm. I just know Danny is Danny. We always refer to each other on a first-name basis, so sorry if I didn't get that right. I'm going to say Mauricio, maybe? Thank you very much. That was a better one, sorry. And Danny's an assistant engineer surveyor with our Public Works Department, has been just a real instrumental part of this team that when we're putting together the recommendations before you tonight. So I wanted to make sure that Danny had an opportunity to share some of the information that he was personally involved in leading throughout this effort. I'm just going to do one quick slide to kick off what we're talking about here this evening, and it really is to talk about just what we're doing tonight and what we're going to do over the course of the next month and coming back. So we can go ahead and go to that first slide, Dave. So tonight we're going to essentially do a couple of things. The first is that we're going to really introduce to the board and to the entire community all the work that's been completed so far in our efforts to analyze infrastructure needs in the unincorporated areas, what we call unincorporated pockets, commonly referred to as county islands, as well as our county communities. We are also going to discuss the community engagement report that we received from a firm called NBS, or may have been referred to as Civic Mike. So we're going to do that. We want to introduce that work and talk about it and provide opportunities for questions and comments. In addition, the specific action that we're asking the Board of Supervisors to take tonight is to consider a staff recommendation on how we can distribute $50 million in ARPA funding for infrastructure projects throughout the community. We are not asking the board to weigh in on specific projects tonight. We're asking them to tell us in what areas, basically by board district, we would allocate these funds. And you'll see in the staff recommendation that we do believe that there are some board districts that have greater needs than others, and therefore we have a modified distribution of these funds that are recommended to the board for approval. So that's what we're looking to do tonight. If we receive that direction tonight, we will then spend time over the next month looking at the analysis of specific projects by board district, and then we will then know how much funding we have for each of those board districts to consider specific projects. We do plan to return to the board on September 20th, 2022, depending upon direction from the board here tonight, but that is our expectation, that we return that as also a night meeting. And at that meeting, we will be asking the board to consider recommendations for specific projects. So I just wanted everyone to know, in the public, I'm sure we have comments about not just the distribution of funds, but maybe some of the specific projects that are out there. We are not asking the board tonight to weigh in on specific projects. That work will be done over the next month, and it'll come back on September 20th. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and kick it off and ask Dave to take it from there, and we'll get through these slide presentations and be available for questions.
Very good. Thank you, CEO Hayes. Good evening, board and Council Bose. I'd like to introduce Danny Mauricio. He's an assistant engineer with the department. He's done fabulous work on this, and I thought real quick he could introduce a team that he led in the public outreach effort.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Danny Mauricio. I have Danielle Wood from NBS behind me, as well as the debrief team within the crowd, Emmanuel Escamilla, Jose Boruel, and Nancy Martinez.
Thank you, Danny. At any rate, we've been working on prioritization projects in the county for quite a while. In 2011, the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors took several actions intended to guide infrastructure improvements and support the annexation of unincorporated pocket areas to incorporated cities. The priority then was public health and safety needs, installation of sewer, main lines, and potable water systems, specific to community development block grant funds and RDA funding. The RDA funding went away. In that time, they adopted a resolution supporting annexation of unincorporated county residential pockets to within adopted city spheres of influence. In 2019, Public Works, with our consultant staff, Interwest, worked on cost estimates for 41 urban pockets. And then we decided, oops, we missed the county communities. So in 2020, we added the county communities to that, and they're a separate report, which has also been attached to tonight's agenda item. The cost estimates in February were $453 million for the urban pocket areas, and the county communities were $178. We just revised the numbers in July. It's $576 for the pockets. The county communities did go down because Empire, at one point we had as a community, we added it, put it back into the pocket report. So that's why the county communities number went down. Interwest, working with staff, was tasked with developing this priority list for all other infrastructure, because the board adopted a sewer priority list in 2017. The first draft was produced in 2018 and revised in 2020. County communities were studied in 21, and this work came before the ARPA funding, which came in 2021. We didn't have a list of where we were going to do all projects, or all improvements for projects. The Interwest reports are considered drafts. There are recommendations within those reports that, at the time, before the ARPA money, we thought, well, we should put this list together. And it's not being recommended for adoption tonight. This work is valuable, includes good data, and can be used as a guiding framework going forward. The current cost estimates by district. District 1 has $79.5 million worth of projects. District 2 has $66.7 million worth of projects. District 3 has $149.7 million in projects. District 4 has $172.5, and District 5 has $238.6 million worth of projects. What we're suggesting tonight is that each district gets that percentage of the total cost of their share of the total costs. The urban pockets and county communities are spread throughout the county from one end to the other. Most of them are clustered in South and West Modesto and North Ceres. Just to give everyone a clue here, the yellow are disadvantaged communities, and the unhighlighted ones are not disadvantaged communities. For District 1, the most expensive project is East Oakdale at $35.9 million. The least expensive project is Chippenary Road neighborhood. District 2, Denair would be the most expensive one at $23.2 million. And there's 8 projects in District 2. The least expensive would be Lander Linwood at $1.4 million. District 3 has 14 projects, from Beverly Waverly neighborhood at $34.1 million, down to MLK, Martin Luther King, California Briggs neighborhood at $1.9 million. District 4 has 10 projects, and they range from $58 million to $15,000. District 4 has 14 projects. They range from nearly $70 million down to $2.7 million. Oh, sorry, that's District 5. And so the actions the board has taken previously with the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA funding, they've set aside $50 million for county communities. That was done on February 15th, 2022. and that was to set aside for community infrastructure. Danny will take it away from here.
All right. At the February 15, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting, the following actions were taken. Approve a public outreach strategy for expenditure of the $50 million ARPA infrastructure funds, and approved a contract with Nbs, also known as Civic Mike, who subcontracted with Debrief, a local consultant, to perform the public outreach. And the following factors and criteria to be discussed during the public outreach efforts included the cost of improvements, right-of-way feasibility constraints, public benefit, supplemental funding sources, benefits to disadvantaged communities, regional equity, and others. NBS began their outreach efforts with the distribution of a flyer introducing the survey to all mailing addresses and site addresses within the identified unincorporated communities and pockets. The survey was available in English, Spanish, and in different mediums, digitally, paper, and telephonic. A website was developed to inform and educate the public about the history and use of ARPA funds, timeframes, instructions, a call to action to take the survey, and updates regarding outreach efforts. The survey was closed on June 17th of 2022. Outreach meetings were held in conjunction with NBS, Debrief, and county staff. A meeting was held on June 7th at Harvest Hall in the evening for Cohen, Monterey Park, Grayson, Wesley, and Crow's Landing. On June 8th, for the morning meeting, it was held at the Oakdale Event Center and incorporated communities East Oakdale, Knights Ferry, Valley Home, Riverbank, and Sylvan Coffee. The June 8th evening meeting included Bystrom, South Series, Empire, and Airport. June 9th morning meeting included South Modesto, Park Lawn, and Riverdale. June 9th evening meeting included the areas within the West Modesto area. June 13th, the meeting was held at the Denier School District Boardroom and included areas Denier, Keys, Hickman, and pockets within Turlock. We had two virtual meetings. One was held in Spanish on June 15th. The other one was held on June 20th, and that was an English one. The Nbs Report captures the survey results, outreach meetings, and walking tours during the community engagement effort. Here is a breakdown of participants by district. A total of 309 surveys were received, and 69 participated in workshops. Major takeaways from the Nbs Report: a clear majority of citizens are not happy with street lighting quality and quantity. Most residents do not have adequate biking and walking paths. Most residents do not want the county to spend all ARPA funds on fixing sewer systems. About 75% of residents support funding small infrastructure projects in many neighborhoods. Nearly 80% of residents support spreading the funding throughout the region. Slight majority of residents support funding large infrastructure projects in a few disadvantaged neighborhoods. Most residents are unwilling to pay more taxes to improve the neighborhood. The following are NDS recommendations. Consider the results of the public outreach in tandem with the priority areas identified in the Nbs Report. Feedback indicating a preference to spread funds throughout the region in many small projects do not necessarily preclude the county from disregarding sizable investments in projects and in areas where the benefit will be maximized. Reaching out to each community once projects have been selected to provide detailed educational materials on selected projects and the immediate impact of those improvements. Impacts could include the loss of parking space associated with the installation of curb, gutter, and sidewalk, the need for an assessment to cover the ongoing costs of stormwater maintenance, sewer connection cost, and annexation.
Thank you, Danny. Staff developed several scenarios based on a mixture of factors and criteria, including, but not limited to, Inter-West report scores, the shovel-ready status of the neighborhood, sewer needs, disadvantaged status based on the Department of Water Resources classification, walkability, flood hazards, and ability to use outside funds. The outcomes vary with each change in factors. We ran many scenarios. Individual factors do not necessarily reflect the full scope of community feedback received during the public engagement process. Giving weight to the various factors, rankings on the surface could appear to change significantly, but the difference in the actual ranking scores was minimal. The staff recommendation, equitable distribution based on the estimated total project costs, which have been adjusted for inflation and validated by the county's Public Works Director. And so what we're proposing, District 1, with a cost of $79.5 million, would get 11% of the funding of the $50 million, and that would be $5.6 million. District 2, $66 million worth of projects, 9% of the total cost, they would get 4.7. District 3, $149 million worth of projects, total cost is 21%, they get 10.6 million. District 4, $172.5 million worth of projects, 24% of the cost, you get 12.2 million. And District 5 has the largest amount of projects, $238.6 million worth, 34% of the total cost. District 5 would get proposed 16.9 million.
And Dave, if you don't mind me just jumping in for just a moment. So in the staff report, we did make a note that some of these numbers we were still taking a look at, just to make sure we ran an additional quality control review on prior to tonight's presentation. We've completed that review, and although we had some very small adjustments to it, we did confirm none of those adjustments were statistically significant and would not change this staff recommendation. So I just wanted to wrap that up because we did make that note in our agenda item.
Excellent, thank you. Next steps, if the funding recommendation is approved, staff will evaluate the project list by board district in relation to the funding identified for each individual district. Public Works staff will validate project cost estimates and verify project feasibility in terms of community support. That means if a community isn't going to annex to a city, we'll ask them to assess themselves for a storm drainage project. That's pretty much what that means. Return to the Board of Supervisors on September 20th, 2022 with a final list of projects and cost estimates for approval. Additional funding opportunities. The 2022-23 recommended final budget, staff will bring forward a policy as discussed in the June 14th, 2022 board agenda item, envisioned to provide a dedicated funding stream for each supervisor to address community infrastructure projects of their priority in their respective districts. Right now, that's proposed to be $15 million per year, $3 million per district. If approved by the Board of Supervisors, this new funding source may be used at the discretion of each supervisor to supplement ARPA funding for infrastructure improvements. The City of Modesto has been awarded a $5 million state grant to invest in unincorporated pocket areas adjacent to the City of Modesto. City staff indicated a preference to allocate to the Colorado Rouse project located in District 4. There's probably a couple reasons for that. I don't know if we want to talk about it, but we'll leave that for later. County staff will work with city staff to confirm availability and support for use of funds. Staff recommendation. Accept the findings and recommendations report for public engagement in unincorporated areas dated June 22nd, 2022, prepared by NBS of Temecula, California. Approve the funding distribution methodology for the $50 million of ARPA funds and direct staff to return to the Board of Supervisors on September 20th, 2022 with the final recommendations on infrastructure projects to be funded in county islands and county communities. And staff is available for questions.
Very good. David, thank you. And Danny, thank you. Appreciate you guys' presentation. Okay, so we'll start off with any questions from the board here before we open it up to some questions from the public. Any questions?
Can I just ask, because LaGrange isn't on this list, is it?
Right.
Is there a reason?
Not a good one. We straight up missed them. So we could add them back in, so it was, and we hadn't worked on the NBS report, or I'm sorry, the Interwest report in quite a while. We were working on other things, and so, based on feedback that we've heard from LaGrange, it seems like the biggest issue out there is street lights, and that's something we could accommodate without installing curb, gutter, sidewalk, the whole works out there, so.
And that's a state highway that goes through there, right?
Right,
So
that's what we heard. SR 132 runs right through the middle of town, and that's what we've heard is their main concern is lighting along there. So if we came up with the funding for lighting there, Caltrans would take over the maintenance of them.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Vito. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Is there potential for engaging other opportunities for matching funds, such as from the state?
Absolutely. Staff is working on a state water board application for a couple neighborhoods right now, one of them being Colorado Rouse, also doing for Spencer Marshall. So, and those were based off of the 2017 sewer priority list that the board already adopted. So Colorado Rouse was next on that list, and Spencer Marshall was slightly above Colorado Rouse. So we've been working our way down that list and doing sewer projects. And so we do have applications pending, one application pending with the state, and we're preparing another one right now.
Are we engaging our state legislators?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chance. Anybody else? Bud?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave, Danny, thank you for your presentation, very informative. In regards to the next steps, the validate project costs, say a project goes to a certain area and puts up a bunch of street lights. Are we talking about creating another district there, a lighting district? And so henceforth, after that project is approved, it would have to be approved by the residents in that area to join a lighting district.
If that was an area that didn't already have a lighting district, what we discovered is we have 1,400 lights in county lighting districts and landscaping and lighting districts. And a lot of them are older lights on wooden poles with short little arms. And if we put a standard light out there that was taller and had a longer arm and it had a brighter bulb, it might make a big difference, and the cost wouldn't be any different for maintaining the new pole as the old pole. We just need the capital to put in new poles. And so that, at least in some of the neighborhoods, could work. And so what we're talking about is, because it's close to our yard, is doing an experiment in Bret Harte. Pick an intersection where there's an existing district light and put a new pole and a new light out there and let people live with it over the winter and see what they think. You know, it would light that intersection up in a dramatic way, and it would, you know, anytime you get new lights or something happens, you know, you have to live with it, and now there's light coming in your shades. I don't know, but it's one of those things where we thought we'd try.
But if it's in a district that doesn't have a lighting district already, then the one would have to be formed, and then the cost to carry on and keep those lights on would be up to the residents.
You know,
Right, that is correct.
I'm just going to ask the gentleman you're going to have a chance to speak, sir, and I just appreciate if you would be courteous for everyone else when they speak, and then you'll have your time, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
So one would be formed then after that to cover the
Right.
cost to keep the lights on.
And so that's one of the things we do have built into the schedule is there's many things that are going to, once we're told what our projects are, there's many things that are going to occur simultaneously, and one of them is to form either CSAs or lighting districts as necessary. And so that's something that we'll do right away.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Chance?
Could you speak to the LAFCO process? Let's say, for example, the Bret Harte area and the Park Lawn area, which I'm advocating for, does get this type of funding. How does the process work moving forward?
Shoot, I wish I had notes on that. I do know that on certain size communities that you don't need a LAFCO vote. There is a threshold where you do, and I think Bret Harte would probably be big enough where you would need a public vote to be able to annex to the city of Modesto. And so there's an application process. The county can initiate that application process. We've done it before, and then we go out with a Prop 218 kind of process with a vote, and then pending that, as I understand it.
It's 150 acres or less.
Yeah.
It doesn't require a LAFCO vote.
Right.
And I do want to mention that I think we want to be careful about speculating about exactly what might happen in any one particular jurisdiction. That's part of the reason why we wanted to bring the recommendation tonight, so we would have some time to work on some of these individual projects, bring back for the board members and the public what we see as a clear path in some of these areas. I think what was difficult for us as staff is looking at a project or a list of over 40 different projects. It was pretty difficult to make sure we prepared to that degree. So I just want to recognize that there is going to be some more work to be done, but and if there are any specific questions like that we can't technically answer for you tonight, we'll do the research quickly and get it to you.
And then the Prop 218 vote, if it does come to that, is it a majority?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to open this up to the public. I've got a bunch of cards here, so everybody who's filled out a card, I'll call you up here one at a time, and then even if you haven't filled one out, you can still come up too. Okay, the first one is going to be Dennis Casey. Dennis, how are you?
Great, man, great. I appreciate you. And I'm just here to say our district, our area there, 68 years old. They brought me home from the hospital in 1954. I lived in the middle block on Dover Avenue. I have seen Dover Parkland area grow from not much to what it is today, okay? And we finally got around to giving everybody sewer that was required 25, 30 years ago, that each area had their own little pot to put their $10 in, and nothing was happening. So then the county, this board, not you folks, decided, well, we're getting into trouble, so let's just take everybody's dollar, put it in one bucket, and fix this area over here. Sidewalks, new streets, gutters, the whole bit. So now we're such a great deal, now we're getting down to the end that we have to get this thing done. Okay, so then they start hitting this place, that place. We used to have a county, this man, the guy before this guy here, I'm thinking, his name was Matt Machado. Quality man, quality. I'm telling you, I've never seen such, I don't know. He's not with us anymore. He's in Santa Cruz County now. Thank God he's gone. And Jim DiMartini is gone also. And so now we got a new fella that's trying to work with the community. And you folks, you know, I'm asking you to open your heart up to this little community over here. If you can give us whatever we need to put in our little sidewalks and gutter. And then I heard you murmur around that we'll talk to the city about annexing out of the county. I'm all for that, okay? I'll be at your party, okay? I'll blow the balloons up for you. But I'm just saying, you know, if you really want to make a difference in the community, do the things that the people are going to come up and ask you for. You know, you have the right to say no, and you will. Because I'm convinced of this by what I've seen today. This gentleman over here, he was at the what is your position? Your title?
Sorry, Dennis, you can just direct your questions to me.
Well,
I'm
dishonoring the man by not being able to say his position. Okay,
Works, yeah.
I'm wasting my 5 minutes. Okay, so he come to our meeting and talking about this and that, and somebody, he actually brought it up. Street lights. We already have street lights, but he just told us what I believe we're going to get is new street light poles with a long arm and a brighter light. That's what we're going to end up out of the money that they have taken from us in the past, that we had to go to court to get our money back. If you want to really bring this neighborhood up to some sort of human age of 2022, please allow us to be able to get the sidewalks in, actually expand the asphalt over to where it should have been. We had to fill our own holes, our swells in, because Mr. Machado decided that was the cure, and so the rest of us in the neighborhood had to fill our holes back in. There's still a few hardcores that haven't filled in their own holes, but everybody didn't get a hole. So I asked him about that, but I'm still waiting on that answer. So I thank you. The other thing I want to step on is these folks over here that looks like most of them are gone with the service people to help disabled people. I took a scale back on my employment to do that for my dad. Okay? He was in the Veterans Administration. We had 3 people come out. One come out, he decided not to come back. The second lady come out, very skilled lady. But she told us the day she showed up, "Sir, I'm not going to be here because I got to find a better job. This doesn't pay enough." And then the third girl that come out, she's a meticulous lady, perfectly dressed, prompt on time. She sat, I had a fold-up chair so we could sit by my dad's bed in the living room, and she would sit there and sit on her phone and talk to her kid. So her job was to take over for me so I could go to the store and go get groceries or what. So I go, I'll check her out. So I went to the store, come back and just walked in. just walked the door, and she's sitting there talking on her phone. So I'm a nice guy, okay? So I asked her to leave. She refused to leave until I put it to her in a point that if I have to call the cops to get you gone because you don't do nothing. But this is the VA. This is not these local folks. So I understand the people that you have problems to fill these jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Okay. Next up, I have Maria Madrigal. Did Maria leave?
No, I'm right
Oh, I'm
here.
sorry, Maria.
Do you guys have the copies I made for you? Did you
We do,
give them
yes,
to
we
them?
do. We've got it right
Oh,
here.
okay, good. So that's basically my notes right there. So I'm here, 1600 block of Dallas Street between Butte and Hatch Road. I purchased my house back in 1984, so 38 years later. Always been told county never has money to repair that road. I'm not asking for sidewalks. We don't need lights. We have a light. What I'm asking is to repave that section, and the reason, and fix the flooding. The flooding is huge. There's 2 storm drains there. One works properly, one doesn't work at all, and the water goes into my driveway mostly because it's like the location. There's a lot of wear and tear because on that strip, there's the large school buses that drive by there to and from Hanshaw 4 times a day when school's at, COVID was nice. There was no wear and tear. The small school buses, they drive to and from Bret Harte and Hanshaw 6 times per day, Monday through Friday. The city bus, we know every 30 minutes, and that's 7 days a week, early AM, bless you, and late PM. Several semis, not all the time, but semis and produce vans that drive through there. And then on top of that, the daily traffic, every day. The parents picking up the kids, or just people that live in that neighborhood, but the traffic is heavy. And as you will see, I printed copies of every complaint that I've submitted. Before the Stan Connect app, I used to call in all the time. So we're talking prior to 2017, I would call in and report the flooding and the wear and tear of the potholes. When the Stan Connect app was implemented, you will see the copies from 2017 up until December of last year. And last year, the last copy, I was pissed because the most huge pothole right there on my driveway, and it was ridiculous. I was like, you know what? I've lived here. I pay my taxes on time, and we can't even get that strip paved. And that's all we want. Just repave it, fix the flooding, fix the potholes. You know, if you guys look at how many times the county has been out there to fix the potholes, all that money spent could have been used to just fix it, repave it, and that's it. So that I just want to add 1600 block of Dallas Street to the list because of the heavy traffic. You know, the city bus comes out from Butte onto Dallas towards Hatch, and then all the school buses, they turn usually right there on Butte to Hanshaw and then in Bret Harte. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, Rebecca, don't sit down. Rebecca, you're up.
Rebecca's stretching her
I know,
back
Rebecca,
like
sorry.
me.
It's been a long night.
It's been a long day. I had to drive into the Bay Area. It's no fun. Rebecca Harrington, South Modesto MAC chairperson, and also that I live in the area of Bystrom, right off of South 9th Street, which I think is commonly known as the North Ceres Corridor. And I say that with angst because we're Modesto. We've always been Modesto. We have our waters with Modesto. We have Modesto City Schools, our sewer. Although we pay Ceres double the cost, all of our sewage goes to the Modesto sewage plants, and we have a Modesto City Park in our area. And as I have stated before, as many of you know, my parents have owned their property since 1950, so obviously they've been paying taxes for 7 decades. and continuously and faithfully. We had street lights that were put in. We have one of those beautification and lighting districts in our area, and when I looked at that, I thought that was kind of comical because we have mostly weeds out there, so we spend a lot of money on weed care. But what did happen is that on our poles, our light poles that we have, which are the wood ones, sponsored by TID, they did come out and put out the new LED lights, which I have to say is really great. It really changes the dynamics of the community where you have better visibility and you're going to have a lot less problems with people out there creating havoc and criminal acts. What we don't have in our area, specifically I'm going to speak to Bystrom, is Bystrom, if you leave from Lombardo and Bystrom and you drive north to River Road at that stop sign, that's like a quarter mile. And in our particular area, people are using it profusely to speed. By the time they're going past my house, they're going about 50, 60 miles per hour. In addition, although it has been posted, there should not be any large trucks, trailer rigs out on our street. But yet they do come out there, and I actually had one young man curse me out because I was just going to tell him where he could go and find a parking, but his comment was, "You people," and then a lot of expletives. So, dumb thing to do because I remember the name of his trucking company and I called them, and they knew exactly who I was talking about. But that's some of the problems that we do face out there. We have approached and asked to be a part of the general plan for the city of Modesto, and being part of this general plan for the city of Modesto would give us a little more leverage in not revisiting the sins of the past where we were unfairly put with Ceres through LAFCO. And we have asked for that. A few years back, City of Ceres was looking to remove us from their general plan, which was also going to cost us to not have fire protection, which we all know how important that is. So, I rallied up the people. We went out to Ceres and we said, we need to keep our fire district in our area. We need to keep our fire station, which is part of the old industrial, right at Herndon and Don Pedro, I think. No. Well, I can't remember, but it's right there. It's on the frontage road. So I am asking for us to be considered one of the main thoroughfares. A lot of our businesses on the commercial end have improved their area.
I'm sorry, Rebecca. Guys,
I know.
I'm not sure what's going on, but could we, guys, please be courteous and let people talk, and everybody will get their turn to talk, okay? Thank you.
So I get 10 seconds back?
You do.
Thank you. Anyway, as I was saying, a lot of the commercial businesses on South 9th Street, at the South 9th Street exit, have done a tremendous job of cleaning up and making sure that they're not leaving broken down cars, wrecked cars, trucks, trailers, and a lot of things out there. We have one person in particular who took over what used to be Gustavo's at 432 South 9th Street, which I also told Manny about. We have a new person's come in there that has now taken the headway that we made of having the South 9th Street entrance into the city of Modesto be much more pleasant to view. That person now has come in and made our area again starting to look rather tattered for the best of the wear. So all I'm asking is that we be considered. We have a lot to gain. We have a lot to give. We have the support of many people from the city of Modesto. We have the Modesto City Schools superintendent who has championed us for our cause, and I really believe that we are slated to be in a good position for future annexation into the city of Modesto. I would miss you all. I would still come and talk to you, but I'm just saying is that please give us an opportunity to be one step closer to being annexed into the city of Modesto. Thank you, sirs.
Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, next up we have Alvaro Romeros. Mr. Ramirez, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I come to here to present to you some residents on the park lot because we need a sidewalk. And we ask for the fund, 50 millions, come to a neighborhood, because when the sidewalk, we want to resolve many problems we have in the neighborhood. For example, when now the sidewalk, the people walking on the street, because a lot of cars is parking in front of the house, don't have the space to walk in the sidewalk because we don't have it. This is too dangerous, especially when the people have kids or strollers. With that, we resolve many problems around that. For example, more safety, more beautiful neighborhood, and we ask in many ways to, maybe they spoke, each one is many time to spend to the reason why we need the sidewalk in our neighborhood. I hope we understand our needs in this neighborhood. Thank you for your time, and thank you for trying to vote against to neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romeros. Okay, next up, we have Nicholas Jensen. Nicholas Jensen? Nicholas, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Good to be here. You can call me Nick.
Nick, all right.
So my name is Nick Jensen. I am an attorney with California Rural Legal Assistance as part of the Community Equity Initiative. And we represent the community of Park Lawn. And I'm here tonight because I want to express a few concerns that we have regarding the proposed funding distribution methodology being considered. So our first concern is related to a 2011 settlement and the county's ongoing obligations under that settlement in a case between the county and 4 predominantly Latino disadvantaged unincorporated communities in South and West Modesto. Those communities being Park Lawn, Bret Harte, Robertson Road, and Rouse, Colorado. To provide a little bit of background, I know that we sent out a memo, but I'm not sure if everyone has received it yet, so I wanted to provide a bit of historical background to make sure everyone's on the same page. So in 2004, Park Lawn and the other named communities filed a suit against the county and the city of Modesto. This suit was alleging discrimination in the provision of municipal services and infrastructure investment. As other residents have indicated, the residents here tonight, this suit came after decades of neglect at the hands of the county. It came after the community of Park Lawn and the other communities named were passed over again and again for funding and services that they needed. There were no sidewalks, there were no sewers, no streetlights, no storm drainage, and there were a myriad of health and safety concerns resulting from this lack of infrastructure investment and the fact that they were passed over while infrastructure investments went to other communities instead. In 2011, after many years of litigation, the settlement was finally reached between these communities and the county. And the settlement obligated the county basically to get the communities up to the infrastructure standards that they should be at, the infrastructure standards that so many other communities are able to be at. And the county, to its credit, has made progress on several of the settlement obligations, not the least of which is installing sewers in Park Lawn. However, there are still many of the reasons that the communities filed the complaint in the first place still exist to this day, including the lack of storm drainage and the lack of sidewalks in the community of Park Lawn. We've been very excited, as you know, and the community of Park Lawn has come out time and time again in excitement about the use of these ARPA funds and the county's allocation of these $50 million in ARPA funds to community infrastructure improvements specifically. And Park Lawn is particularly well suited to receive these funds because it receives sewer and because its residents have participated to such a great extent that sidewalks and storm drainage would be something feasible within the time-constrained nature of the ARPA spending timeline from 2024 to 2026. But the issue that I would like to present tonight is that even though this is a priority that the county needs to be making to fulfill its obligations under the settlement to Park Lawn and the other communities, it is not reflected whatsoever in the funding distribution presented in the agenda item tonight. The the funding distribution instead, is based entirely on just the total cost of infrastructure improvements in each district, and doesn't have any room outside of that calculation to consider important elements like the settlement and the obligations the county still has to bring Park Lawn and the other communities up to infrastructure standards. But that's not our only concern about this distribution of the ARPA funds across the districts. In addition to the settlement, it fails to take into account, the way it uses the total cost of infrastructure improvements in each district to allocate the infrastructure spending. However, that fails to take into account the fact that different communities have different needs. Different communities are different from each other, and some communities, like Park Lawn and the other named plaintiffs, suffered from historical lack of investment. They were not starting from the same playing field as other communities, and as a result, gonna have to go a little bit over. And as a result, the proposed methodology doesn't truly create equity because it fails to acknowledge those historical differences. Secondly, it fails to take into account some of the conclusions presented in the ARPA engagement report, such as the conclusion that high participation can be used as a proxy for need in a given community. Sorry, may I have a few more seconds?
Sure, just a couple more, because we got a lot of people that would like to speak here.
Yes, but in conclusion, what we're asking for, so the last thing I need to really bring up is the fact that all of this information we've been processing over the last few days because it was just released. There are more than 200 pages that were released, and the community hasn't had a chance to understand, read, digest, really look at a lot of this information at all. And we would like to ask that the board postpone this discussion until the board has had a chance to consider the obligations under the 2011 settlement, and until the community has had a chance to meaningfully engage with and understand the information being presented.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nick, thank you for being here. Okay. Next up, we have John Mataka. John? Sorry, John. Sorry it's so late.
Oh, that's all right. It's not past my bedtime yet. John Mataka, Grayson Neighborhood Council and Valley Improvement Projects. Well, I'm here tonight for a couple of issues. First, I'm here to support the Park Lawn community. As many people have already said, they're long overdue for sidewalks and drainage in that community. When you got children and people walking out in the street, that's a huge safety issue, especially around that area. So I'm here to support them with their request for funding to take care of that. And the Red Heart is another community that has suffered and has been in the mix for infrastructure from as long as I've been around. But with that being said, I also want to advocate for one community in my neighborhood, and that's not Grayson, it's Wesley. And what I'm advocating for Wesley is the housing authority, the water situation at the housing authority. In the community of Wesley, there's 400 and something homes, and all but 40 of those homes are housing authority homes, okay, under the jurisdiction of Stanislaus County. I got a P.O. box in Wesley, and every 3-4 months I get a letter from the state saying that out of compliance, that the levels are way out of compliance for, I can't remember the name of the chemical, but you don't want to drink it, you don't want to use the water. So for many years, the children at the Grayson School, they can't use the water faucets because they have to bring in 5-gallon water things to give to the students. So what I'm indicating here is that whether it come out of the ARPA funds or whether it come out of Stanislaus County Housing Authority funds, there's an obligation there to the residents that are under the jurisdiction of the Housing Authority to clean up that water situation. Now, whether that means I know you guys like to do a lot of studies. I don't care if you want to start with doing a study to find out how you're going to remedy that problem, at least get something going. I don't care how you do it. But that's unacceptable that community and that many homes can't drink their water safely. So I just want to say that somehow, whether it's in ARPA funds or under the budget of the Stanislaus Housing Authority, that issue has to be addressed. And when I get the next flyer, I'm going to bring it down here and let you see, because it specifically mentions the Housing Authority. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, next up I have, sorry, is it Olivia Hernandez? Is that possibly? Did I get that right? Is it Olivia?
María Alicia Hernandez.
Good evening, how are you?
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Alicia, pero pues me lo cambiaron. Y yo venía a que, pues gracias por escucharnos y yo venía a decirles que yo vivo allí, en donde está la calle, la Church, y cuando llueve, esa calle parece un río.
My name is Alicia, Maria Alicia, they changed my name. And I'm here to tell you that I live in the street church, and obviously this is an Empire. And when it rains, it looks like a river. ¿Es en Empire? ¿O Parkland?
En Parkland, ya. Yo soy de allí, ese pueblo está olvidado de Modesto, porque decían que ese no estaba conectado con Modesto.
And the reason why it gets flooded is because they said that it was connected with the Modesto system.
Y cuando las lluvias paran, están los pozos y se quedan un montón de zancudos que se crían ahí. Y los niños tienen que pasar por ahí para la escuela, tienen que quitarse los zapatos para poder llegar a sus casas, porque las calles parecen ríos.
And when the kids go back to school, from school, they have to take their shoes off because of it looks like a river. And she also mentions that after the rains, it is full of mosquitoes.
Es necesario que hagan algo, porque eso no puede estar así.
It is necessary that they do something, because that's not a way to be.
Los invito a que ustedes vayan a ver qué necesidades hay en ese pueblo.
I urge you to go and visit us and see what the problems that we have.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Alicia. Okay, next up, sorry, this one I'm really having trouble reading. Is there Rebecca? Is that possibly, is there a Rebecca? Robert, maybe Robert? Robert, I'm sorry. Is it Robert Muntz? Munoz? I can't, sorry.
My name is Robert McGelvey and I live in Parkland.
Robert, very good. Sorry about that. How are you?
Well, a little confused and a little concerned and a little intimidated by all the things I'm up against. It's pretty hard to compete against people trying to make a living and people dying. And we're here trying to get some money to get some sidewalks. But that's what we're here, and it's way past my bedtime. I've lived in Park Lawn since 2008. I bought my house. And when I bought my house, they told me, oh, yeah, you're getting sewers, you're getting sidewalks, you're getting curbs and gutters, and your value's going to go way up, and you're going to be doing great. Well, it's 2022, and I finally got some sewers, which took a really long time to get in, several years, as a matter of fact. I've been talking to the attorney, and he was telling me that you guys are really obligated to take care of these things, that you've been sued before, and that you should, not you guys, but your predecessors have made promises to the Park Lawn area, and some of these others, and we'd like to kind of see that happen. Apparently you have the money, and maybe it's unfair to think that we should get it, but I think that you've been forced to give it to us with the legal matters and whatnot that are there. The kids walk through, and I drive through 3 or 4 feet of water. I mean, it's not uncommon. You guys have been on the news because of the flooding. I mean, we have Channel 3 come out, and they take pictures, and they put it on the news. I mean, that doesn't seem like good publicity for a community we want people to come to, industry and what. So I would like to get a majority of the funds for our neighborhood. The fella come out and said that it was going to cost $36 million to put sidewalks and storm drains in our neighborhood. Well, that takes a big chunk out of $50 million. So to give $1 or $2 million to 40 different projects doesn't seem to accomplish anything either. So, anyway, I'm here with the rest of my neighbors to encourage you to get our neighborhood up to par. I don't really care about annexation. I don't really want to pay more taxes, but at the end of the day, that's the only thing that's guaranteed is more taxes. So anyway, we're trying to get Park Lawn taken care of. You can get 50 people out of your audience if we're done.
Okay, Robert.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, that's the last speaker card I have on this item. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Come on up. You guys kind of line up if you'd like to speak, and we'll take you one at a time.
Mr. Chairman.
Miguel, come on up.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for moving the agenda, but still a change, a mistake for Mr. Hayes putting the agenda almost, it's going to be 20 to 9, and a lot of people that we were here left because it's too long. And that's very custom for Mr. Hayes to do. Every time that he wants for the people to leave and not to act, later in the agenda. But the difference is, when the people, the low-income families around the area have that thing in the agenda, it's late for them. But it's coming for the white people, 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:15, the middle class and upper middle class were pushing you guys and forcing you guys to take away the mask. And that's not correct. That's a discrimination openly, whether you like it or not. Mr. Hayes, please. I know you're busy reading what you're supposed to read, but not paying attention. But I know I'm talking to you too, sir. And the attorney is looking at me and looking at the people, that no action. And the attorney was speaking at the CLA, that suit was long time ago, 2004. And we are 220, and we still begging you for the taxes that these people paid, and you still acting like nothing happened. This building was in construction for that money. The jail and the department of the CSA department was built for that money. It's supposed to be for the sidewalks in the community. So that please next time, and I hope the 20 not do the same mistake, Mr. Hayes, to put in the last part of the agenda for the people can sleep or go home. That's not right, Mr. Hayes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. Good evening. If you could just state your name for us, sir.
Good evening. My name's Rochelle Barker, and this is my first rodeo. I came here because I'm a resident at Park Lawn as of December of last year when I purchased my home. Since then, my home has been burglarized. Okay, I wake up in the middle of the night and there are tweakers doing their drugs in the alley. There's not enough lights. My son, he walks through the gravel to go to school, and I pray that the cars don't hit him because they're always doing the donuts and driving crazy. And I ask you, as a member of the community, to please help Park Lawn. That we need money to make a decent neighborhood. You know, we are hardworking people and we contribute to the community. Myself, I work at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. And for 6 years I saved to buy a home in Parkland. I would like to see it be invested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to speak? Come on up.
I'm a resident from Parkland neighborhood since.
Your name, I'm sorry, sir.
My name is Tomas Daya.
Thank you.
And I've been there for about 30 years, over 30 years. And I haven't seen that many changes since then. it seems like everything has been going down the drain. It is true, so many people saying, so many neighbors, and I'm complaining with them because there is no drainage. I've been seeing, generations, my kids, generation growing in that neighborhood. And the truth is that water stays on the streets when it rains. And the county, says that mosquito, it carries so many diseases. And water stays for weeks, for days. It took years to get the sewer, years. And I think it's just fair, for the neighborhood to be able to walk on the sidewalk instead of the middle of the street, where there is so many cars driving, sometimes, speeding, and now kids going to school. It's just a shame, You guys got to do something. You have to help us. You have to help us build up that neighborhood. You have to let us have, what is our share. We pay taxes. I work all my life, and I never was late on my taxes. And I want to see something done before I passed away, Like they say, if we become serious or modesto, what is the sense if we're going to stay the same? Taxes are going to go up, and it really doesn't make no sense. We just need you guys to help us, to give us what we need, to give us our share. That's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomas. Okay. Anybody else want to speak before we? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marta Villaseñor. And the only thing I want to say is that put in our shoes all the things that we need because our family needs it. Our kids, our grandkids, our grandkids are, because they go to school, and from school they have to go back home because they're sneezing. They're sneezing.
Sneezing?
Yeah, and they're coughing, and the teacher don't want them there because they have to go back to home. So the mother has to stop working to go pick up their kids. There's a lot of problems. I know everybody has problems. Everybody has things in their community. Please help us. That's all we ask. Please hear us, because if you guys were in our shoes, you would do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for further comments and questions and motion.
I do have a question. Mr. Lehman, will the ARPA funds remedy some of the flooding issues that Ms. Manergal and others have brought up this evening?
Yes, wherever we invest the money, that is the idea. We've done cost estimates is for all improvements, sidewalks, storm drainage, curb gutter, street lights. So it would be the whole thing. So we would fix the problem.
Sure. And then the potholes, that doesn't require ARPA funds to remedy.
No,
we can get on that immediately.
Stand Connect, you put it. We try to get to them within a day or two. So if there's a pothole, we try to get it out there fast.
Okay, we'll make sure to get you Ms. Manergal's notes here. I just want to take a moment to address the community. Thank you so much for your participation here tonight. Your voices were heard loud and clear. I am very proud to represent Park Lawn in District 5, and sincerely, thank you for being here tonight and letting us hear your comments and your needs. They definitely do not go unnoticed or unrecognized, and we are going to do everything we possibly can to make sure that our unincorporated communities are represented and treated equally and fairly. That is exactly why I ran. That's why I'm here to serve you day in and day out. And my vested interest is trying to get the Bret Harte and Park Lawn areas up to standard, up to community standards, so that it can eventually be annexed, whether it is the city of Ceres or the city of Modesto. That will eventually happen, hopefully. And I am dedicated to commit our discretionary funds of roughly $3 million specifically to the Park Lawn community in the long run. We are looking at close to $20 million overall, with the $16 million roughly from the ARPA funds, which is 34% of the $50 million. And then we have that $3 million additionally from the discretionary fund. I'm going to be actively pursuing and talking with our state representatives along with staff so that we can try to get matching funds and try to increase that amount as much as possible. But we will do everything possible to try to make sure that these needs are addressed, not only this time, but on an annual basis. So again, I applaud you tonight. You guys are champions of your community, and it's an honor to represent you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chance. Okay. Anybody else?
Sure.
Vito?
Yeah, I'll go. So it's very nice to see folks coming out and participating. We had decent turnout when we had our meetings out in the community, but I think Park Lawn was the most well-attended inside the church. On first blush, when we first started talking about putting $50 million, it was my assumption, and first blush, again, that we spent the money equally, $10 million in each district. That was the easy way to do it. We weren't going to fight. But as we went through this exercise, because of redistricting, which just occurred in January, Supervisor Condit ended up with Keys, he ended up with Callentract, and he ended up with Empire, and taken away from District 1 and District 2. And in turn, I ended up with Waterford and Lua. So again, District 5, because we were trying to make a majority-minority, a more majority-minority district, he ended up with a district with more need. No doubt about it. And I'm glad we went through this exercise because, quite frankly, I would have sat and fought for my $10 million because I don't get voted on by the folks in Park Lawn. I get voted on by District 2, and I thought that would be fair. But what's fair after looking at this is that there's more need in Districts 3, 4, and 5 than there is in District 1 and 2. And I think Supervisor Condit, I think we agree with that. But that doesn't mean that all the money goes into those other areas. We have continually prioritized, since I've been on this board, 2009, on sewer projects. The last storm drainage project we did was in Keys, and that was pretty quick after, maybe 2010 it was completed. We almost went to Empire, and because of some things, we ended up leaving and concentrating on sewer only. That is the highest priority. Our CDBG funds, I think Angela will tell you and her staff that we've put 100% of the money into sewer. We continue Beverly Waverly. I'm trying to, you guys can probably help. Spencer Marshall. So we're working, we continue to work on that as a high priority. With this money, and again, we're not picking projects here today, but I do like the ability, because there isn't a single one of these areas that I know of that has sidewalks. We're running into that. I can take you out to LaGrange, I can take you to Hickman, I can take you all over Empire, and I just have to think Wesley, Crow's Landing, unincorporated communities, Valley Home areas. And you have even communities like Denair that have a lot of newer subdivisions. They all have sidewalks in those newer subdivisions, but around the schools are where the old neighborhoods are. And we've applied for active transportation grants around their school because people are walking in the middle of the street. The county island that we visited in Turtle Walk, the Kenwood, and Montana Park area, it is exactly the same things. Kids walking in the middle of the street, storm drains. So it's not from a lack of need. I think it's $700 million, and if it was $700 million only, I'd be surprised. I truly don't think we're going to get that lucky in this bidding environment, but I thank God that the federal government decided to give us ARPA money, and we've dedicated $50 million of it, and maybe, again, a little more, as Supervisor Condit was talking about. So I completely understand why everyone wants sidewalks, but I think when we had some conversation, some people are going to lose parking, and sidewalks become less important. Some people have lighting on a pole already, so putting better lighting in isn't a priority. So trying to work through these, and Danny has done magical work in our conversations, is very difficult. And listening to the community, trying to figure out how to spend this money has been an exercise in, and learning just as much for us. Because obviously I don't have sidewalks out where I live, and I walk in the middle of the street, but there's just not the traffic there is when you're talking about, in town. So I completely understand. I like the path we're on, where we utilize, because I think that advantages the areas of most need. And again, the hardest priorities are going to be in districts 3, 4, and 5, where to put that money. But I think, the money has to be spread around a little bit, because when you have Empire, a very needy community, and you have Park Lawn, and you have a Bret Hart neighborhood, it just, there's not enough money. I think I added up the people that were in the lawsuit that Nick was talking about. It's $126 million just to fix those 4 neighborhoods that were a party to the lawsuit. $126 million. So if we decided we were going to attack just those areas and we weren't going to spread any money in any other district, we would get, 35% of the way there or 40% of the way there. And I'm going to look at, if I spend money in my district, I want to know that a city wants to annex it. If we complete the task and we build it to their standard, I want to know that they're going to annex it. I think that should be a goal. We got 42 or 43 islands. We've had, I think, 1 annexed that I can ever think of. Just 1, right?
Shackelford.
Yeah, Shackelford. And we got to do better. And here's an opportunity to spend $50 million and potentially do a couple of islands. I don't know that it gets 2 islands done. I don't know if it gets 3. I don't know if it gets 1, but it should definitely be a goal.
Very good. Thanks, Vito. Buck?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And not to repeat everything that Vito just said, but I'm probably going to. When I first started this exercise with my colleagues here, along the same lines as we have $50 million, we're going to divvy that up, $10 million apiece, and then we're going to go out into our communities and we're going to do good. And and I'd have to thank the chairman for his leadership. He said, let's get out in the community, let's hold meetings in all 5 districts, and let's take a look at the need out there. And we did that. And it put us right in the middle of the community where we held events and heard from the community themselves. And within that, you can really tell there is a bigger need in some of the districts than in others. Now, there's still a need in my district, and I'm held to the people, my constituents in my district. And I need to make sure that they're representative and get the things that they need to bring the areas up that could be annexed. And that was one of the goals when I was looking again at this, was what can we get done project-wise so that we can get areas annexed into the cities and those services can be provided by the city. And, that still is a goal. And I think within this process, we're going to get there. I think we are kind of agreeing with Vito. I think we are on a right path here as far as need goes, and I'll be supporting it.
Thanks, Buck. Manny?
All right. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you for being out here till 10 o'clock at night to have your voices heard. As you've seen, this is unprecedented amount of money that's came into our community. The need is, very high. You saw the number, $707 million if we wanted to do everything to get all of the communities up to standard. We have $50 million, and I don't want to lose, or I want to emphasize that that's $50 million that we didn't expect. But now that we have it, we want to spend your money, because at the end of the day, it's your taxpayer dollars, and we want to spend it in your communities. And for that reason, I think it was really important for us to get out into the community and listen. Like Supervisor Condit said, Chair Withrow, it was his idea to do a road show. And it was good for us because it also exposed us to things that are happening in other districts that we may not see. We all know what the needs or the issues are in our districts because we hear from our constituents, but going into each other's districts and seeing it real time, seeing it very present, it was a big eye-opener for myself, and I'm sure for my colleagues. And then I also don't want to lose the effort that staff put in all of this. They spent countless hours, looking at the numbers, looking at the need, the CEO's office, his team. That's showing that your government's engaged. We're engaged, we know there's a need, and we want to try to adhere to that need. The public also put in their part. They showed up at those road shows. They filled out surveys. They showed up at the community meetings. And these dollars, we're not taking them lightly. We're going to use them to leverage more dollars, whether it's from other cities, like the city of Modesto putting in $5 million of their grant, the State Water Resource Board looking at money coming from them. So we're going to leverage these funds from the state and the federal government that has already given this. So I'm confident that your money is going to be spent to make it better for your lives, for your children, for the people that walk to school and walk in puddles or drive past not the best conditions and in potholes. So I appreciate that. I wholeheartedly support this recommendation. Again, if we had a magic wand and we can just make all of these areas and bring them up to standard, then we're $657 million short right now. But we're going to find that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Manny.
That was depressing.
Thank you, Manny. Yeah, I don't want to repeat what everybody said. First, thank you, everybody, for being here, and sorry it was so late tonight. I know we had so much public comment there before, but I sure appreciate everybody being here and being a part of this tonight. And I thank staff for all the effort that you guys have gone through to put this together, and Danny and David and everybody involved. I know Civic Mike, NBS, we appreciate very much everything that they've done to be a part of this and help us get to this spot. We look at the dollar amount that we're talking about here to distribute $50 million, and it sounds like so much money. And you look at the total funds that we've received from ARPA and CARES money, which is a little over $200 million. And just for us all to realize that we're going to try to reinvest this back into our neighborhoods, about a quarter of these funds that have come in. And that's a big number. Of course, it's not as big enough as number as we need. We know it's about over $700 million that we that costs, at least $700 million that we're going to incur, and the $50 million represents just 7% of that, of the cost that's needed. So we wish we had more, but very proud of the board here and everybody committing to put to give this money towards these neighborhoods, which we know is needed. It's just trying to figure out where it goes. I very much agree, as everybody said here, with our methodology to do this. And so I very much will recommend this, so I'm going to look for a motion.
Motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 7-1, public hearing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for hearing us today.
Thank you.
I didn't see the applicants. I sent them out to you.
Did you text?
I texted them.
Okay. Here we go.
There they are. Oh, they were watching outside.
Give them a second to...
Yeah, we'll give them a second to clear out here.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Christy and Angela. How are you guys?
Almost morning.
Yes, we're getting there.
And I'm here, this is Christy Dowd with Planning, to present General Plan Amendment and Rezone PLN 2021-0108, James Bates RV and Boat Storage. And this is a request to amend the general plan and zoning designations of 18.5 acres from urban transition and general agriculture, A210, to planned development to allow for development consistent with permitted uses in the planned industrial or PI zoning district. Specifically, this request proposes the development of a recreational vehicle and boat storage facility However, other planned industrial uses may be developed on the site in the future if a use permit is obtained. The project site is located on Litt Road on the southeast corner of Plainview and Litt Roads west of Terminal Avenue and the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad in the Modesto area. The site has a general plan designation of urban transition and a zoning designation of A210 general agriculture. Surrounding land uses include agricultural lands planted in row crops and orchards with scattered single-family dwellings in all directions, the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad adjacent to the project site on the east, Rainbow Fields, Darrell's Mini Storage and the City of Riverbank are to the north, Belpassi Baseball Field to the west, and the City of Modesto's Northeast Corporation Yard is directly south of the project, and the Mary Grogan Community Park and James Enochs High School to the south as well. And the project is located within the City of Modesto's LAFCO adopted sphere of influence. The 18.5 acre project site is made up of 2 legal parcels, which are 9.6 and 8.9 acres in size, and the site is currently planted in irrigated forage crops. The project proposes to construct 15 storage buildings, each with a maximum of 28 enclosed RV and boats parking spaces, for a total of 235,000 square feet of buildings with up to 420 parking spaces, and one 1,000 square foot office with restrooms to be constructed in 3 phases. So phase 1, proposed to begin within 3 years of project approval, will include construction of the office, fencing and landscaping, the parking lot, signage, on-site lighting, and 6 storage buildings, which will be approximately 17,000 square feet in size each, for a total of approximately 102,000 square feet of enclosed RV and boat parking spaces for phase 1. And phases 2 and 3 will include construction of the remaining square footage of enclosed RV and boat parking spaces, consisting of 9 additional buildings, made up of approximately 133,000 additional square feet of building space, proposed to be initiated based on market demand. And the remaining eastern portion of the site will be reserved for future roadway dedication for the realignment of Claus Road. Signing, lighting, landscaping, on-site parking facilities, and any required street frontage improvements are required to be developed to City of Modesto standards. Access will be provided by 2 driveways. One will be entrance only and the other will be exit only on Litt Road. And the site will be fenced with an 8-foot tall block wall and will be open to customers through a secured access gate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Parking areas and drive aisles are proposed to be paved. They propose 1 to 2 employees on site between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., 7 days a week. And they anticipate a maximum of 33 customers per day. All stormwater will be maintained on site via an on-site storm drainage basin, and water and sewer services are going to be provided by the City of Modesto. The storage buildings are proposed to be approximately 26 feet in height and to include electrical for battery charging purposes. No vehicle maintenance or dumping services will occur on site. We did receive 1 letter of opposition to the project from a Modesto resident, Irene Frobos, who stated opposition to the project due to concerns with incompatibility of the proposed project and surrounding agricultural operations and with traffic impacts. Mrs. Frobos owns a 43-acre parcel planted in almonds on the north side of Plainview Road, which you can see highlighted in yellow here. And in terms of the agricultural uses surrounding, parking is a permitted use within the agricultural buffer setback area, and as such, the proposed enclosed parking buildings do meet the county's agricultural buffer requirements. The proposed on-site office, however, is located 100 feet from the nearest agricultural zoned parcel to the west, which is 50 feet less than the 150-foot agricultural buffer requirement. So the project is proposing an alternative agricultural buffer consisting of a reduced setback of 100 feet and an 8-foot tall block wall and landscaping around the perimeter of the wall. And staff does believe that the alternative buffer can be supported as the office activities will occur indoors and will include intermittent customers and 1 to 2 employees per day during operating hours. A vehicle training analysis looking at passenger vehicles, towing boats, and at 30-foot motorhomes was completed by Katie Anderson, which identified the need for additional paving at the southeast quadrant of the Plainview Road and Lit Road intersection. And this has been included as a development standard to the project. Additionally, a development standard addressing improvements to Lit and Plainview roads to city standards and to address safety at the intersection of Terminal and Plainview Road have been incorporated into the project. However, Stanislaus County Public Works and the City of Modesto had additional discussions regarding the Terminal and Plainview Road intersection and have agreed that the future of Plainview Road is under review as to whether the roadway's connection to Terminal will ultimately be closed and abandoned. And due to these discussions, the applicant, the Stanislaus County Department of Public Works, and the City of Modesto have mutually agreed to amend Development Standard Number 22, which allows some flexibility to allow the closure of Plainview Road to address safety concerns, and Development Standard Number 40, which also allows the improvements on Plainview Road to be deferred or eliminated depending on whether Plainview is ultimately closed. And additionally, Development Standards Number 24 and 25 have been amended to reflect the deferred improvements. And these amendments were reflected in a memo dated July 21st, 2022, which was provided to the Planning Commission and can be found in Attachment 1 of your board report. The project was evaluated for consistency with the Land Use Elements Plan Development Land Use Designation with a Sphere of Influence policy, which requires City of Modesto referral, who responded with support for the project and a request for the application to meet all city standards. The project was also evaluated for consistency with the Agricultural Elements Ag Buffer policy, for which the applicant is requesting an alternative, as previously explained. And staff's review did find the project to be consistent with the Stanislaus County General Plan. Additionally, the project was reviewed for consistency with the county zoning ordinance. To approve a rezone, the Planning Commission must find that it's consistent with the general plan. The proposed plan development zoning designation is consistent with the proposed plan development general plan designation. And the project request would also allow other uses permitted in the planned industrial zoning district, provided a use permit is first obtained. Staff's review found the project to be consistent also with the county zoning ordinance. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, an initial study was circulated to interested parties and responsible agencies for review and comment, and a negative declaration has been prepared for the project. And development standards reflecting referral responses has also been incorporated into the project. The Planning Commission considered this item at a public hearing on July 21st, 2022. A memo was provided, as previously stated during the meeting, to the Planning Commission reflecting amendments agreed upon by the City of Modesto, County Public Works, and the applicant to Development Standards Number 22, 24, 25, and 40, which deal with the required road improvements for the project. Again, the memo is included as Attachment 1 of your board report. During the public hearing, no one spoke in opposition to the project, and the applicant, James Bates, spoke in favor of the project and was available to answer any questions. And following the close of the public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project as recommended by staff, and including the recommended development standard amendments reflected in the memo, on a vote of 6-0. Following the July 21st, 2022 Planning Commission hearing, staff received a request from the City of Modesto to further amend Development Standard Number 40 and to amend Development Standard Number 39, which both have to do with road improvements. The amended development standards can be viewed on pages 5 and 6 of your board report. And the applicant has indicated that they're in agreement with these amendments. So to conclude, the Planning Commission has recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project subject to the development standards and development schedule attached to the July 21st, 2022 Planning Commission staff report. And this includes the amendments to Development Standards Number 22, 24, and 25 as outlined in the July 21st Planning Commission memo. And the amendments to Development Standards Number 39 and 40 as outlined in your board report are also recommended for your approval this evening. As well as making the findings 1 through 7, which are listed on pages 1 and 2 of your board report, which includes findings regarding the environmental review conducted for the project, the proposed general plan and zoning amendments, the agricultural buffer alternative, proposed road improvements, and project approval. And that concludes my presentation. Staff's available for any questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Christy. Any questions for Christy or Angela?
Christy, Angela, thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the closure of Plainview Road, when will that decision be made?
You know, they didn't give us an exact time frame for that, but it is something that needs to be evaluated more fully before any building permit is issued. You know, Director
I'm
Lehman
sure
can add to that.
Dave Lehman, Stanislaus County Public Works Director, and Road Commissioner. We're just talking about it right now. If you go out there, you're not familiar, the railroad grade is about 6 feet higher than Terminal and Plainview, and you can see the scars going up and over the hump. D2 has a bunch in the south end of Turlock. There's signs that have a little broke back trailer going over it. That's terrible. We've talked to the CPUC.
You were reading my
quickly.
mind, because that
Right.
was one of my concerns, of the
Right.
elevation level
It's-
difference between Terminal and Plainview, and if
Right.
you're towing a long trailer, you know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. So we think, working with the applicant, we've seen a draft proposal, we can force trailers south on Lit, and then go to Sylvan there and off to Claus or Roselle. So we got a really good solution there. We talked preliminary to the CPUC. They don't like temporary, like 2-year closures while Modesto's trying to figure out what they're doing, because if it was just the county and Modesto wasn't planning this area, we just, all right, let's close a road once Clarabelle and North County Corridor are built. But I think we need to wait and give Modesto some time to do some planning. And so I think it's going to be kind of a game day decision, so to speak. We don't want to do anything yet, but we don't want to close it, but it's a problem staying open. So we really don't want any more traffic down Plainview to Terminal. So, but I think we got a solution in a really long-winded way. Sorry.
I know I read it in the board report. Can you kind of explain the easement, so to speak, for the realignment of Claus Road? For the
So
setback?
it's this area here, highlighted in red, and they're just not allowed to use this portion for future road right-of-way, but they're not dedicating it at the moment until it's required. And again, it's not, as far as I know, it's not a 100% plan, but they want to keep it because it is in some of their planning for the city of Modesto.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you, Mr. Chairman.
thanks, Buck. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none. Okay, we're going to open the public hearing. Anybody from the public like to speak with regard to this item? Come on up. Good evening, how are you?
Chairman and Board, Barrett Lapomi here with Red Ink Architects on behalf of the applicant. So we just wanted to be here and thank the county staff as well as their coordination with the city of Modesto on this project through this process, and just wanted to be here in support of the project and available for any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Barrett? Barrett, how's your dad?
He's well, thank you.
Good, tell him I said hi.
I will, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barrett. Anybody else like to come up and speak? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any further comments or a motion.
There's no comments. Make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. We'll move on now to item 7.2.
The item we've all been waiting for, the last one.
The last item of the night.
Give Jeremy a second to get the PowerPoint presentation up and going.
Okay.
All right. So, good evening, Chair Withrow, members of the board, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes, Jeremy Ballard, Associate Planner. I'm here to present to you General Plan Amendment to Rezone and Investing Tentative Map Application Number PLN 2021-0040, Lazarus Companies. So this project is a request to amend the Denera Community Plan designation of an 18.6 acre parcel from estate residential to low density residential, rezone the parcel from rural residential to planned development, and then subdivide the parcel into 72 total parcels for the purposes of low density residential development. Of these 72 parcels, 69 will be developable for single family dwellings. Project site is located at 3531 and 3549 East Monte Vista Avenue between North Waring and Lester Roads in the community of Denera. Has a general plan designation of low density residential a Denair Community Plan designation of estate residential, and is zoned rural residential. The site is surrounded by a mobile home park and single-family residential development to the west, the Denair Middle and High Schools to the east, a church, row crops, orchards, and scattered single-family dwellings to the south, and orchards and scattered single-family dwellings to the north. Project site is developed with 2 single-family dwellings, detached accessory buildings, and is planted in almonds currently. As stated in the project overview, the project proposes to amend the community plan for Denair to amend the designation to allow for a density consistent with low-density residential development, but also rezone the parcel to planned development. The proposed planned development will include all uses and development standards permitted in the R1 single-family residential zoning district, with the exception of building coverage requirements. To achieve flexibility in the types of housing products, the developer intends on offering the proposed offering buildings that were dwellings that would allow for 50% in building coverage, which would be an increase, a 10% increase from the 40% building coverage limit allowed in the R1 zoning district currently. So on the screen you can see kind of a sample of the conceptual elevations of the proposed homes. There's a mixture of single-story as well as a handful of 2-story dwellings there. So as part of the request would be to subdivide the existing parcel into 72 parcels. As I said earlier, 69 of them will be for single-family dwelling development. The 3 remaining parcels will be developed for stormwater maintenance, consisting of 2 landscape swales and that will front East Monte Vista Avenue, and then a dual-use stormwater basin and park at the northern end of the project site, which will be landscaped and include walking paths and benches. The entrance to the project site will be from East Monte Vista Avenue, but will include a stub out of the road to the northern end of the parcel along proposed Street B to serve any future residential development to the parcels to the north that are currently designated state residential within the community plan. Additionally, the project will further develop East Monte Vista Avenue by dedicating and developing 55 feet of right-of-way north of the center line of the road, including a painted left turn lane to be extended that will terminate into the subdivision itself, and also a stop sign that will be for exiting the subdivision as well. The project site will be served by the for public water services by the Denair Community Service District, as well as a sewer. This will be connecting into the existing utility lines on East Monte Vista Avenue, and then subbing out along the proposed Street B for future residential development to the north as well. Lastly, the project is proposed to install sidewalks off-site along a portion of the frontage of the adjoining Denair Unified School District property to the east. This will be linking existing sidewalk eastward along the district's property with the project site. So including the basin, swales, and road frontage, the proposed single-family residential development will consist of a density of 4.4 units per net acre, which would be consistent with the low-density general plan designation of the project site, but not with the estate community plan designation. So this is requiring the applicant to amend the Denair community plan designation. So as discussed in the agenda report that's before you tonight, a referral response was received from the City of Turlock regarding the project. The letter stated that the project's proposed amendment of the Denair community plan from estate residential to low-density residential would conflict with the goals of the Denair community plan by allowing denser residential development on the periphery of Denair, which would then expand and increase the sizing of water sewer lines, potentially affecting city facilities. So as you can see, the parcels along the eastern, northern, and western boundaries of the community plan carry an estate residential designation, with the exception of the parcels directly to the west of the project site, which have been designated as medium-density residential and has been developed as a single-family residential subdivision that will include parcels of size of 6,300 to 10,000 square feet in size. Consequently, parcels to the east are designated as estate residential. Directly to the west of the project site has been developed with a mobile home park, also within that estate residential designation. Given the proposed project's location between existing higher density uses to the west and a church to the southwest and schools to the east, the proposed project will not further increase density in a manner that would conflict with agriculture outside of the the plan area or diminish a buffer between the community of Denair and the city of Turlock. The remaining undeveloped property to the north and south are still available to provide that transition between the rural and urban settings. Additionally, at the time of the referral response from the city of Turlock, the project had proposed to develop a well on site for the project for the development of single-family dwellings, and that well would be then dedicated to the Denair Community Service District. The city had raised concerns that the well could create impacts to groundwater resources. Subsequent to that, the applicant and the CSD had discussions regarding the project, and the project was then revised to forego the well and actually connect the project site to existing water and sewer infrastructure, as the district essentially determined they had enough capacity currently to serve the project and did not need the well. The district also required the applicant to contribute a fair share amount for a new well to benefit the entirety of the community that would be developed in the future. Thus, the sizing of the utilities would remain unchanged, as the CSD would serve the site with what is existing today, and which also serves the residential development to the west, as well as the mobile home park to the northwest. So an analysis of the goals, objectives, and policies of the various elements of the general plan found that the proposed project density of 4.4 units per net acre was consistent with the project site's general plan designation, as well as the proposed community plan designation of low-density residential. Additionally, the project would be consistent with the goals of the Denair Community Plan, as the project is proposing a development at a scale consistent with other residential development within the community. It's providing sidewalk improvements aimed at improving non-motorized transportation and providing a park with walking trails that will benefit both the project and the greater community. Park landscaping and landscaping along east of Monte Vista Avenue will serve to enhance the character of the community itself. As required by the county's general plan land use element sphere of influence policy, the project was presented to the Denair MAC on July 6, 2021. At the request of the MAC, a development center has been added to the project, requiring that the final landscape plan include MAC consultation prior to consideration by the county's planning department for approval. Some of the other areas of general plan analysis included both the county's open space element of the general plan and the Denair community plan, which require at least 3 net acres of developed neighborhood parks be provided for every 1,000 residents. Based on the average people per household identified in the county's parks master plan, the applicant was required to dedicate 0.64 acres of parkland as part of the project. The proposed landscaped dual-use storm basin and park on the northeastern boundary of the parcel will be approximately 1.5 acres in size and include concrete walking trails and benches. The community's Department of Parks and Recreation has determined that the dedication of the dual-use stormwater basin and park will then satisfy the county's parkland dedication requirement. Additionally, as stipulated by the agricultural element of the general plan, the applicant has proposed the location of the dual-use storm drain basin to serve as an alternative to the 300-foot wide agricultural buffer required to buffer the project site from the agriculturally zoned parcels to the north. The 300-foot buffer area would also include parcels 15 through 23 and 56 through 59. The decision-making body for an alternative to the agricultural buffer, in this case, is the Board of Supervisors, and they have the ultimate authority in approving this alternative. The dual-use storm basin will include a row of evergreen trees and chain link fencing that will include slats on the northern boundary. This will act as the buffer itself. Proposed parcel 19, which is down here on this corner over here, which is the most northern parcel within the buffer area, has been proposed to be developed with a 6-foot tall masonry wall on its northern border. The county's agricultural commissioner did not have any objections to the placement of the dual-use stormwater basin and park due to the proximity of the existing middle school and high school to the east and the mobile home park to the west. All spray applications of nearby adjoining agricultural operations are currently restricted to at night when the school is not in use. Ultimately, as described, staff believes the proposed project is consistent with the goals and policies of the county's general plan, including the Denair community plan, as it provides compatibility between land uses and will not expand the boundaries of the unincorporated communities. In addition to the Denair community plan, the project proposes to amend the zoning designation for rural residential to planned development. Although the density proposed for the project would be consistent with the existing rural residential zoning district, the applicant is requesting for the plan development for the lot coverage change. The proposed PD zone proposes to include all uses and development standards allowed in the R1 zoning district, again with the exception of the building coverage. And this is due to the applicant would liking to have a greater flexibility in siting housing product that will be offered as part of the development. While the applicant proposes a deviation from the building coverage requirement, each proposed residential parcel will exceed the R1 zoning district's minimum parcel width, which is 55 feet for interior parcels and 65 feet for corner parcels. It will exceed the minimum parcel depth of 80 feet for all lot types and the minimum 5,000 square feet in parcel size. If the project is approved, the zoning designation of PD will be consistent with the proposed general plan and community plan designations of low-density residential. And subsequently, the resulting parcels will be in conformance to the design standards of the county's zoning and subdivision ordinances. 3 items of correspondence have been received for the project, 2 of which were included in attachment 1 of the agenda report, which is the Planning Commission staff report, and then 1 item was received after the posting of the Planning Commission staff report and has been included in the agenda report as attachment 3. All 3 pieces of correspondence were received from neighboring properties, which are indicated by the different colored X's here. The correspondence, get these other 2 X's up here. The correspondence concerned privacy of existing homeowners that abut the proposed development, traffic control devices in the vicinity of the project site, expansion of utilities for future connection, pedestrian improvements, and pedestrian improvements connecting the development to the adjacent schools. As discussed in the agenda report, the proposed project proposes to develop a 7-foot tall fence along the western property line, and development standards have been added to require subsequent property owners to maintain the solid privacy fence in perpetuity. Additionally, the project is proposing to stub out the water and sewer lines to the north of the project site for use by parcels to the north upon development in the future. And then the project will also provide pedestrian connectivity along East Monte Vista Avenue to the schools via the project's development of sidewalks along its frontage, connecting portions of existing sidewalk along the Denera Unified Parcel. So pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, the proposed project was circulated to interested parties and responsible agencies for review and comment. And as a result of the early consultation referrals received, potential impacts to air quality and traffic were raised with the applicant completing additional studies in those respective areas. The air quality and greenhouse gas technical analysis found that the proposed project would not result in a considerable net increase of any criteria pollutant, nor would it exceed any district thresholds for carbon monoxide and TAC pollutants. Subsequently, the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District confirmed the technical report's analysis and stated the project will also not have a significant impact on public health. A traffic assessment was conducted for the intersections of Main Street and Lester Roads and East Monte Vista Avenue and Waring Road during morning and evening peak hours, as well as an analysis of the project's vehicle miles traveled. The assessment found that the traffic levels at the studied intersections would remain relatively unchanged from their existing levels of service as a result of the project development, and the project would ultimately reduce vehicle miles traveled to 175.6 miles traveled per household, a total reduction of 11% less than the 2045 cumulative conditions of the Denera Community Plan. The county has not adopted a vehicle miles traveled reduction threshold. The proposed project would constitute a reduction of VMT and is considered an infill residential project. Therefore, the county does consider the impacts to VMT to be less than significant. The assessment also recommended a mitigation measure be added to include a vehicle stop sign that would be installed at the project entrance on proposed Street A and the East Monte Vista Avenue intersection to ensure that the project traffic leaving the site would be required to stop and yield to through traffic on East Monte Vista Avenue. A mitigating negative declaration has been prepared for approval prior to action on the project itself. The project is considered to have less than significant impact with this mitigation measure, and development standards reflecting referral responses have also been placed on the project. The Planning Commission considered the item during a public hearing on July 21st, 2022. During the public hearing, no one spoke in opposition of the project, and one person, Trevor Smith, the applicant's representative, spoke in favor of the project. As a result of the correspondence received from the project regarding privacy concerns, Mr. Smith stated that the applicant would be willing to limit development of the two-story dwellings on the parcels that back up to the existing residential subdivision to the, abutting the project site to the west. Based on the Planning Commission's request to include this restriction, staff recommended a new development standard, which states development of parcels numbers 32 to 36 shall be restricted to only single-story dwellings. Subsequently, on a vote of 6-0, the Planning Commission recommended the Board of Supervisors approve the project with the inclusion of development standard number 55 as proposed by staff. So then, to conclude, the Planning Commission has recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve this project. If the board chooses to do so, staff recommendations 1 through 5 in the agenda report include the required findings for approval, including findings regarding environmental review, the general plan amendment, the proposed rezone, the vesting tentative map, project improvements, findings regarding the agricultural buffer alternative, and then inclusion of recommended development standard number 55, and then ultimately project approval. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thanks, Jeremy. Any questions for Jeremy? Seeing none, I am going to open the public hearing. Anybody from the public like to come and make any comments? Thank you for hanging out with us.
Thank you for allowing me to get dinner before this. Thank you, Chairman, Supervisors. This is a fun moment for a developer to be in front of the supervisors on a project like this for the final approval. I just want to thank Jeremy, your planner, thorough, consistent, and I support his staff report. I just want to highlight a couple things. Just the dream. As you drive into Denair, you have that existing project on the left on Monte Vista, the cul-de-sac known as Havens Way. You have that wall, the setback, the storm drain. We're going to continue that look, consistency, across our project, similar to that. And then want to pat ourselves on the back. It was not a condition of Public Works to build a sidewalk. It was me making Dave Lazaris. I work for the Lazaris companies, and he's my business partner. I convinced him, and it wasn't hard. We wanted to do the right thing and build the remaining sidewalk between the Havens Way cul-de-sac, across our frontage, and then down along the school property to the driveway that's on the western side of the football field. At that point, that sidewalk continues around to Main Street and takes the kids to the school. So we want to do that as part of the project. We thought of things like at the basin location on the north, maybe having a gate access to the school in a different way for the kids to get to the school at that location. But unfortunately nowadays, security of the school, we just thought, let's spend the money on that sidewalk. So that was our focus as something extra to a typical subdivision. Just to talk on the lot sizes, I kind of want to explain a little there what's going on. They are deep lots. They're average about 130 feet deep. The 50% coverage will allow us to do more single-family or single-story homes, which the market is kind of calling for. So it gives us more flexibility and to put them up front near the street, bigger backyard, protect the privacy of the mobile home park and the Havens Way residents. And that's why it was easy. I did talk to the neighbors to the west on Havens Way and committed to them that we would do something to protect that privacy they want. Other than that, I think I tooted my horn enough about the sidewalk. So I thank you and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much. Anybody else with any public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board, close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. I don't know if this was just addressed in the CEQA document, but if left-handed hitters are up there and the ball diamond, is there any mitigation for home runs going into those houses? Or what have you done?
I think
I'm just kidding.
You get to keep the
sorry.
ball as a.
It's okay. I'm kidding. It's getting late. Okay.
Oh,
I think we're okay.
So I just quickly want to comment again, when you go into a community like Denair, which is really a pretty hot market right now for housing, so surprising how hot the market is. when you go into a community like that, people tend to be more vocal. The fact that you've, taken care of the neighbor that had an issue by only building single-story, that's the type of builder, those are the types of people we like in the community. And finishing off the sidewalk will be icing on the cake. That would have been an awkward thing for kids walking to school. And so I appreciate that personally. I definitely do. This is a good project. Again, I haven't heard a single issue, including, because it backs up to a mobile home park, and they had a real hard time with the farmer that was there due to noise and dust and spray and all the other things. So it was becoming an issue. Now with on the north side of the property, having the basin, and it'll go, I think it'll go over pretty well. So I'm in full support of this project. Again, thank you very much. I think you did a great job. And to staff, Jeremy, I love when we hear compliments about staff, but I'm not surprised at all. You guys do great work.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion to approve all
Very good.
staff
We have a motion.
recommendations.
Motion a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, guys. Okay, we're going to move on to our correspondence.
This board has received the claims and correspondence as noted on the agenda.
Acknowledge receipt of correspondence and refer as recommended on the agenda. Any Board of Supervisor reports?
So just one thing I want to note. I know that the ARPA funding is coming back on the 20th. I'm going to try and do a remote meeting. Is that correct? We're trying? We're not sure yet, but I will be in D.C. on county business for the Regional Policy Council. And so one way or another, I'll participate if we can.
Very good. We'll figure it out.
Yep.
Very good. Okay. Nobody else? Okay. Legislative Fiscal Management Report, Chief Executive Officer Jody Hayes. Very good. This meeting is adjourned.